Good.
I have a favor to ask. Will you go with me to raid the Capitol again?
Hello, everybody.
Greetings. Happy holidays.
Duck and cover. Okay. Um, as usual, I am not organized. And, well, I am kind of organized. I got all my notes and stuff, but definitely everything was done a short time this month because this month was only 2 weeks long.
Yeah, it's been a crazy 2-week month.
Yep. So, all right. That was our cold opening. So let me do the actual preamble here. Get that out of the way, and then we'll talk about stuff. So, all right. Welcome to the Shroud of the Avatars release 133 and 11th anniversary live stream. Each month we have a live stream the day after we publish the major update. This month's update is release 133. We are now starting our 12th year of monthly updates. Shroud of the Avatar is a free-to-play game with over 400 scenes to explore. Follow us here on Twitch / Shroud of the Avatar, or Facebook, Shroud of the Avatar, or via RSS on our website, shroudoftheavatar.com. We have at least one live stream a month providing updates on game development as well as upcoming events and sales. We tend to try to get some live streams for development work. This month I was not able to do that because, well, secrets mainly, but also not enough time. Today we'll have at least 2 prize and giveaways per hour. To enter, type the phrase "Snow for Yule" into any in-game chat, including whispers, or make a purchase on the website. Players can enter the phrase in-game or make something, or make. Oh, I think that's a repeat, actually.
So, snow for Yule, all 3 separate words, or like all together like one word?
Yeah, all 3. There's 3 separate words. Yeah, there it is.
Snow for Yule.
Yep, Snow for Yule. Capitalization don't count. You could add an exclamation point at the end if you'd like, if you're really excited about it, and that will enter you into the drawing. Players can enter the phrase in-game or make a purchase on the website to enter any time during the day of the stream. So starting at midnight, geez, was it 14 hours ago? Or 16 hours ago, rather, sorry. You could start putting the phrase in there, and that happens every month, so that's good information to know. Prior or during this live stream. So during the live stream, you could do it now, right up to when we say, hey, we're going to do the drawing in a couple of minutes. You could do it then as well and still get in on the action. Once you have entered the phrase, you don't need to enter it again to be eligible for the additional drawings that we do during the stream. So
You mentioned they could have entered it already, but so where do they find that phrase if they haven't heard it from them? Heard it from you the first time just now.
It was published in the release notes that were up the night before release. Every month.
And it's also on the going live soon screen that they get to watch for about 10-15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
which obviously, would prefer not to be 10-15 minutes late every stream, but sadly that happens. So this month we were, waiting to get as many people on the stream as possible, and I also had to fix some audio problems. But in any event, we'll add a round of prize drawings for each hype train level that's completed by the folks watching the stream in Twitch. Hype trains are reset every hour, so as we go into the 5 p.m. hour, then if you guys did hype trains during the 4 o'clock hour, you could do another set of hype trains in the 5 o'clock hour and get additional prize drawings added to the pile. This month we will be giving away 8 items per drawing. Oh my!
Wow.
Yeah.
I was noticing that. That's a
Did
pretty long
you
list.
change the pricing script for that last change?
No, I could. And I could do that right on the fly, so that's not a problem. But
Okay.
I will do that. Bring it over here, and when somebody else is talking, I'll do it. So let's see. Yeah, hype trains, blah blah blah. Okay, and that. All right. So I am Ravalox, otherwise known as Stephen Reinen, and on this plane called Earth, and I am basically lead developer and chief cook and bottle washer for all sorts of stuff, which is why I never sleep. That's about that. So move on to Allium. You're next.
I'm Allium. I keep adding things at this point, so I'm jack of all trades, master of none.
Hey, that's my
Patch
line.
notes, release notes, bug form triage and intakes, some item creation, some minor bug fixes, especially if they're crafting related.
Hmm.
And this last month, I published my own QA build.
Yay!
Oh, wow.
Yes, she is now doing builds. So
You're far closer to being jack of all trades, master of none. I can really only apply that phrase to myself in the art realm. Yeah, all the
Yeah,
other
I
stuff that
think
you.
you're a little closer to master, though.
Well, so how are we all? Are we on to me?
yes,
Yep.
sir. Sorry,
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
Hello. I'm Lord Nimrod, also known as Scott Jones, and it's good to see you all or be with you all once again. If by the way, and if we were to apply any lateness to the issue of why we're running late, I was running late myself, so forgive me. I had to drive through rush hour traffic across the city, and it just did not work out the way I was hoping it to. So forgive me, one and all. Uh, I am I'm one of the artists that has been creating stuff for Shroud of the Avatar for a while, and have been working in the industry for years, even before that. And hopefully, I will continue being able to do some really cool stuff as we kind of work into this new year up and coming. Hopefully, within the realm of time management, I'm going to be able to get some of my stuff under control in a better way than I was able to do last year, because last year was a mad scramble, both financially as well as artistically. Lots of stuff that I had to do and lots of things that were on my plate. In fact, too many things. So I'm hoping to pare down and get back to some proper business and manage my time well enough to be even more involved this coming year than I was able to be last year.
So one giant thing on your plate rather than a buffet.
Yeah, and it's been one of those kind of buffets where, at the end of it, it's like, Mr. Creosote, get me a bucket. Because I was shoving myself far too full of stuff, and that needs to stop. Because all work and no play makes Scotty go insane.
You're here. Me too.
Yeah. There needs to be more play, and some of that play needs to feed into the kind of creativity that I, get to normally enjoy when I create cool stuff for you guys and for others. So all that's just to kind of ramp back up into revving up the creative juices again and getting excited about doing creative stuff, as opposed to it just being this grind, if you understand what I mean. All too often it can turn into a grind, and you don't want that. You lose passion when it just becomes grinding.
Yep. Side comment. Is it the last line that you said about the comma?
Yeah. The same line that you needed to change anyway didn't have a comma.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's normal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a list, and the last one shouldn't have a comma. So normally I edit those out in that list because the commas don't need to be there.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. Oh, I see. Right.
You're standing in front of prizes.
Yes, I am. Thank you. That's one of her primary job responsibilities. Pulling me back onto focus of things. Go ahead, Scotty. You gonna say something?
Oh, I was about to say. So have you all already jumped into like the Castle Atos area and are standing or wandering around?
No, actually,
Oh.
I'm currently in Decoration Station because I am
Ah.
going to show people what they can win today. And
Oh.
then I will be moving over to Castle Atos, and shortly after that, we're going to go hunting for a mysterious portal on Novia.
Oh, cool.
So let's see here. All right. Yeah, I got more stuff I could ramble on about, but today we are giving away a few things. Let's see here. The first one is a Lord British two-handed axe,
Hmm.
which you can see shining on the ground here, and I'll pick it up and equip it.
And by the way, is there? I always forget. I'm such a Luddite. How do I get to see what you're showing right now?
Oh, you could
I'll
go
send
to
you a link.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
yeah, and of course for everybody else who's not watching, you can go to twitch.tv/Shroud of the Avatar, which of course everybody is watching. But when we put these on the stream on YouTube afterwards, that's where we're actually recording this. There we go. All right. So this is the Lord British axe, two-handed axe. This one actually I think this is pretty old. It's been around for a while, right?
Yeah, it's got lightning, it looks like.
Yeah, it's got lightning coming off of it, and it's got part of his heraldry on the axe. Looks pretty sharp too. So that's the first item in the list. The second one is a Dark Star crossbow, which let me put this back down. Do this. Back down on the ground. That in place. Okay.
I'm laughing because I can't see it yet because it's showing me ads, and I'm like, why am I looking at chicken strips being dipped in sauce? What the hell is this?
Yeah, I got the same ad.
But we don't allow ads on our Twitch stream, but we don't control the joining the channel ads from Twitch.
Oh, so they get to shove it in their face.
Yeah, that's the one time that if the stream disconnects in the middle, which we have had happen in the past, then it'll send you ads again.
Oh, just because
That's the one good advantage though of the starting soon screen. Because
it
people can
holds.
get their ads out of the way and then not have missed any of the actual stream.
Right.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, it's good practice to have a minute or two of starting soon screen, but we really shouldn't be doing 10 to 15 minutes of it. All right, so this is the crossbow, Dark Star crossbow.
Hmm.
Weird angle here to try to get some of the detail on that thing. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, that looks like a Fletcher work.
Yep. Yeah, these are definitely items that have been around for a long time.
Yeah, he really did some good work on mechanics like that. I mean, he had some, he had his own methodologies that, were not always preferable from my end of creation, but the end results always look really, really good.
Put this down on the ground too. The third item in our list of items is a ornate Yule music box, which is right here. It's got that little tree on top of it. And it plays music. Yay!
Is that your cat?
No, that's a prize.
Oh, it's one of the prizes. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
We hadn't gotten to it yet.
Oh, I see.
Yep. So the Yule music box is the third prize. The fourth prize is a 2024 Yule log, which
that's a new thing.
Yes, it is. It's a new thing. And
I
don't know who made that.
That was fun to make, and by the way, that was a great suggestion too. I'd always thought about Yule logs, and for some odd reason, I don't know why, we never made one. And so Allium had the idea of creating a Yule log, and I thought, oh, why did I not think of that before? And I think it's a really nice addition. And the cool thing is it adds now to the already, we kind of have a set of things that we kind of like to add to in a kind of a growing collection of similar items. But having never had one of these before, this is a wonderful new thing, and it's a really cool, table centerpiece decoration for festivals and festivities, or something that might go nice on the mantle or whatever. And it's, there's a lot of cool different ways we could make it too. I mean, I used to be a pastry chef, as some of you all may know, and I used to create, and decorate the cake Yule logs that you get to eat. And those things had all kinds of little things. I did series that had like little mushroom fairy houses on them, and all kinds of neat Yuletide stuff. And so this is sort of like the basic initial version that is sort of like archetypical. But I can imagine all kinds of neat things to do with them. And so, yeah, Allium, that was a great suggestion. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I tried to do it myself at first. I can put deco together if I'm bashing together existing objects, but that
Right.
was just too much. There wasn't
Yeah,
enough
it was
stuff that
hard.
was its own thing.
It really had to be harvested in 3D Studio Max from a lot of the other cool things we made for the Yuletide season already.
Mhm.
And so I was lucky there was a lot of fodder to choose from. But I mean, I can think of some neat things to even add to that. And of course, unfortunately, or fortunately in my case, because I have that kind of mindset, talking about the Yule log and showing it off brought about other things that I kind of want to add too, simply because, as from a tongue-in-cheek standpoint, the uh, uh, Cagatillo, which is a Catalonian tradition. Those of you who wish to look it up may. I will not stop you. But it is a peculiar and really hilarious Catalonian tradition for Yuletide things for kids to do. And it's called Cagatillo. Check it out. You'll find it amusing. There's a whole story behind it. But yeah, this kind of Yuletide stuff really pleases me. So it's just really pretty decoration.
I put it on a bench because of being on the ground, it wasn't really easy to see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of stuff could go up on the benches, the weapons, the music box.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
what.
have to put a table out on the spot and leave it here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that. You see me use that one kind of like decorative end table that is kind of stands up on this kind of like nice decorative, like kind of Victorian age looking things that we have. One or two of those, but I love displaying stuff on that table.
I don't know if I have that long. No, see, I don't know what furniture I have on here because this account ends up getting used as for dev work, and I have all sorts of crap in here. But furniture comes and goes.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't see any other furniture. I'm lucky I have the bench in here.
I'll help you
So
find that particular piece later. That way you can get it in here later.
all right, sounds good. All right. So where were we? Oh yes. All right. Now I have to find the item again. There it is. All right. The next one is a ceiling Yule tree, which is a German tradition. Have a Christmas tree or Yule tree.
Is it actually a German tradition, or is it just something that we claim as German tradition, like the pickle tree ornaments?
I think it is a German tradition. I'm not really sure.
For
If any-
real, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say if anybody's gonna know, it'd be Scotty, but apparently no.
I've never heard of a ceiling. Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up right now.
Upside down.
We have Conjure a Dragon in chat too, so.
Oh yeah.
Actual German.
Oh,
And Morkin says no.
No? Okay. Yeah, it says that the upside down Christmas tree is believed to have originated in the 7th century in Germany, started by a Benedictine monk named Saint Boniface. So
yeah, because I do see like people ask why did they hang Christmas trees from the ceiling?
apparently to represent the Holy Trinity, the triangle shape was to
It's a
explain.
triangle if it's right side up too, though.
Yeah, don't look at me.
No, I like the idea. It's great.
Oh,
I
I see.
actually use one, but
They did this to hanging it upside down to distinguish it from the pagan tree worship and
Oh,
recall the shape of Jesus's crucifixion. So
oh my
there you
God,
go.
really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all know that I think we all know that Christmas is really Yule, and
Oh
or
yeah.
underneath it's Yule, and that's where it came from, and of course the Christianity as a whole adopted that so they could bring in the masses more easily, convince the pagans to join the church. So
I mean,
that's how that
that's
thing
sort of
started.
how it worked out. But it's what the weird part to me is, but let's hang it upside down to like refer back to the Savior hanging on a cross. That's some weird morbidity there. That's bizarre.
Yeah, well, hey, Catholics, morbid that's the key word there. I,
Now it does go into some more secular reasons why too. It says the tradition of upside down Christmas tree continued well into the 19th century when it was common for lower class and poorer families to hang their trees from the rafters as a way of saving space in their smaller houses.
yeah, that would be good.
So yeah, Bernard Brunner explains in his book Inventing the Christmas Tree, there was simply no space, so
Right.
they hung it upside down. Which yeah, I see one here where there's like a Christmas table, and because there's already going to be a table there anyway, they hung it above the table, like ornaments and all.
Yeah.
All right, like a centerpiece.
Yeah, like
Interesting.
it becomes a centerpiece because you're not going to walk there anyway.
Yeah.
Although that odd French guy has a nice alternate theory
Oh,
that it's an Australian tradition and they think it's right side up.
oh my god!
That's cute. So,
Well, hey, you guys caught me. That's a new one for me. I have never heard of this done.
Yeah, we only have one version of that, but it's been in the game for several years now.
Oh,
We don't do a new upside down one every year.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's like what 2018 or 2017, I think, when that came into the game.
Something like that, yeah.
All right, so then moving on with another tree, we have this large Yule tree that we'll be giving away as well.
Oh, that's this year's.
Yes, it is.
I've always been
Large Yule
amused
tree,
by the
2024.
weird, like the puffiness of the base has always made me think that like, plus the blue is that someone shoved a kiddie pool underneath the tree and go swimming. I mean, that's super. That's like the puffiest of puffy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mine
I
were
didn't
always
touch
red
that.
and
I just
green.
picked the blue.
It's cute though. I like it. I mean, it catches the eye.
Pretty cool. All right, so finally, well, not finally yet, but the snow leopard who's been ignored up until now. We have a snow leopard cub.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah.
Which animations does it use?
The snow
The
leopard
big
cubs.
cats have their own
Oh.
set of animations.
Oh,
Damon
nice.
did a whole set.
Oh, good. That's great.
Yeah. And of course, I did this. This is a decoration pet. So,
Quite handsome. I like it.
can this be summoned? I don't know if it can.
Yeah, if you pick it up and then click it on it in your inventory, it'll be a personal summon.
Oh, that's right. I have to pick it up.
With that, yeah.
Should be able to do this. Yep. This.
Geller and Hammerthrow says that we need an ice rink in the game. That would be quite helpful.
Use item. Yeah. So, when you summon it, you can tell it to dance. So there you go. All the cats have. Shouldn't he be continuing to dance?
You moved.
Oh. Right. Yeah, there you go. It's the Mick Jagger duck dance thing.
Oh my god!
From
It's horrifyingly wrong.
I think that was from Start Me Up, the Start Me Up video.
Yeah, and then you see it on the tigers, the biggest of the tamed tigers in game, which are huge, and it's like 2 people tall.
Oh, you provided them with a link for Kagatio de Nal. It's nice. Kagatio. They have, by the way, as an addendum to that, just so you know, not only do they have Kagatio, but in that part of the world, for some odd reason, there's this desire. I don't know. Poop is a thing, And so there's also the tradition at Christmas time of, because often people have nativity scenes in their house, like little figurines and such, but they'll expand that outward from the nativity itself into like a whole, Yuletide village. And so they'll have like, people love to collect figurines, so they create a whole wintry scene in Catalonia for the little villages they live in, and people have gotten into the habit of wanting to add a comical figure to that called the Caganer, which, for those who know what caga is referring to, it's the pooper. He's literally the pooper, and he's a dude that often is wearing a little Santa hat, who is hunched down, relieving himself. And the kids love this tradition. They try to hide him. The idea is you're trying to find where they hid the Caganer. And of course, their goal is to hide it as close as they can to the center of the nativity scene. Like, to get away, because they don't want to be caught hiding it, and eventually the adults will find it. But the idea is, how close can we get it to the nativity scene without being caught and being in trouble for putting it there? Delightful. Happy Yule, everyone.
Lovely.
Find the pooper.
So
yeah, we just did a model train village.
You didn't bother hiding someone pooping in it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe next year.
All right, so the last prize number 8. This is we've never gone up to this many prizes before, so 8 prizes per drawing.
This is about as high as we can count.
Yep, is pretty much it. I was tempted to go to 11, for 11 years, but I think Lainey would kill me. She's probably going to kill me with the 8. Okay, so this is the 2-story log house, and this is our grand prize for today. You already got to see a little bit of it. We'll go
a Yule log house. That would be awesome.
I know. Oh my God! Giant burning candles on top.
Yep.
That's cool. Oddly enough, and I'm familiar with most of our houses. I don't remember this house. I guess it was made during a period where I wasn't focused as much on the homes. But did this come out about around the same time as the earlier tree stuff, or did this come out later? This must have come out later.
This is unrelated. This came out at the same time as we added a craftable one that's just 1 story and doesn't have the vertical thing.
Oh.
That's a recipe that you can find in game. You have to find it. It's not just on a vendor somewhere.
Oh, so maybe that's why I'm not familiar with it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think you get it from somebody who lives in one of them or something. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was in the game a long time ago. I would dare say either late 2016 or mid 2017. So, anyway, game's been around for a while.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, although everybody seems to think that it's going to be shut down the next day, every day. But, it's still here.
Well, it's kind of like the end times people, right?
Yeah, we've been dying 11 years of the game, and we've been dying for 10 of them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, well, new management, so there you go.
Murphy all the way says that we should have we have little gnome statues, don't we? We have a little gnome pooper in them. We hide those people in people's yards.
Yes, we do have several gnomes.
I love the idea of making one look like they're pooping. So but that's just me. Call me crazy. So that may have to happen. That could be another Yule tradition.
So let me say thanks to Chokip for the bits, Shui109 for the follow, Smegatron for the resub. Speaking of subs, guys, if you like the game, subscribe to the game. You can sub here on Twitch, of course, get notifications when we go live, and then you can wait another 10 minutes before we actually say anything. And of course, subscription money, although any money that you throw at us from bits here, subscriptions here, or subscriptions on the game go to directly to helping us continue to develop the game. And we're, gotta pay everybody, so anything you guys can send over helps.
We
All right.
deeply appreciate it.
Yes.
And it is kind of ironic that we're talking so much about poop considering what went into the store this month.
Wait, what went in the store?
A new toilet.
A new
Oh,
toilet, a new bathroom sink, a new toilet paper holder, and also a craftable toilet and toilet paper holder. The plain wooden box ones.
hmm.
Let's see, recently added.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't we fix one of the toilets recently?
Yes. Yeah, it's the same one, just texture changed.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad that got fixed then. Yeah, didn't it have like a collision box the size of a skyscraper by it or something?
Yep.
And so it was breaking everyone's deco pets and
Oh, yay.
interaction animations with chairs and such.
Excellent.
Trockup, thanks for 1,000 bits.
No, Merrick, we are not selling poop. You have to provide your own.
I'm full of it.
Let's see here. And we got the silver.
Yes, where do we get the recipe for the craftable kind? Well, you have to craft your own.
You can get the recipes at any seller of carpentry recipes. I didn't put them on the region-specific decoration recipe vendors because sanitation should be universal.
Yeah, yes, it should.
So thanks for Rises for the sub. All right, I'm trying to keep up on those now. Thanking everybody. Let me see here. Let's go through the stuff. So still on my little script before we even get to the main meat of everything. We're almost through 1 hour. How about that? So
we had some stuff to say. That's good.
Yeah. We have Kodos on sale on the website, 20% off, which we do every month, pretty much at this point. Trying to change things up a little bit, but that's what we're at right now. The rolling 2-hour in-game Crown Store sales will be 30% off. They're normally 20% off. The pot upgrades paid for with Kodos are 20% off. Pots? What's that? Ravalox, what are you talking about? Smoking weed? No. All right. So a pot is a player-owned town. On the website, you could purchase a POT or a player-owned town for, I think it's about $750 right now for an actual town. So you could fit 500 row lots into a player-owned town. So just give you an idea of the size. I'm currently in a player-owned town, which is using just a developer template, so you can see it's kind of big. And you could decorate it, add housing lots, have other players live in the town with you, and all sorts of neat stuff like that. So plenty of those in the game. You could upgrade the size of your lot. You could buy the base one and then upgrade it for money on the website or Crowns of the Obsidians, which of course you can collect in game, get from other players, things like that, or purchase the crowns on the website, which of course we would prefer you do because we need money. And if you buy the crowns on the website during a sale, then the upgrade of the town for using Kodos to pay for it is also on sale. You're getting like what is it, like 40%
Double discount.
off?
Yeah,
double discount. It's like 40% off the upgrade price. So definitely worth doing. If you want to upgrade your town, all you need to do is send an email to support@shroudoftheavatar.com and let them know that what your account name is, the one that has your POT on it, the name of the POT, and what level you want to go to, and support will respond back and make sure that you got all the information for the proper amount of Kodos and arrange to pick up the Kodos from you in game. We don't currently have any technology set up for you to actually just submit the Kodos and buy the upgrade in game yet. One day, hopefully, one day that'll happen. But a lot of gears there. So then we also have deed upgrades. So if you have a house in game, and let's say it's a village lot house, like this marvelous log home that we're giving away today is a village lot home. You could upgrade that to a town lot, city lot, or whatever, and you could do that for crowns. Is it crowns and gold or just crowns? I
Just
forget.
crowns.
Yeah, just crowns. So you could do that for crowns in game, and the cost of those crowns are now 30% off to do that deed upgrade.
Hmm.
These sales will be going on from today, well, really yesterday, all the way through to the end of the 2nd of January. So nice long, was it almost 14 days of sales and stuff. And I think I forgot to mention something. Nobody really cares about this one. I don't know why I even talk about it. We're doubling the XP that you earn during this period of time as well. So whatever, let's move on.
Oh.
So yeah, so definitely double XP. It's a major thing. We don't do that all the time. So big celebration at the end of the year for our anniversary and Yule. So Ryu Spirituality Dragon has just subscribed, right? Or followed or something. Where is it? Resub. There you go. Subscribe. Yay. Okay, and
Oh.
that was a sub and a resub. Interesting. Oh, for Rises is the sub. Yep. All right. Never mind. Where was I?
By the way, that someone asked what the phrase is. It's snow for Yule, correct?
Yes. Right. Snow for Yule. Need to say it in game, not on Twitch, to count. You can say it in any chat in game. Whisper, Universe chat. A lot of people just do it in Universe chat. If you see, you'll see if you have Universe chat configured in your chat window, you'll see a ton of people saying it there. So uppercase, lowercase doesn't matter. You can add an exclamation point at the end to show your excitement for the phrase. Okay, let's see here. Oh, login rewards. Yes, January 1st, there's a new login reward coming in. It's a 3-pack of Gothic wall candles. And I could turn on the future thingies. Right?
Snow for y'all. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't confuse people. There it is. All right. Yeah. So this is a Gothic wall candle. It's really, I guess you'd call it a sconce technically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice sconce, but I do like that it holds a candle as opposed to it just being like a regular torch sconce.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's got a little votive in it, right?
Yeah.
And the I like the twist on the metal. That's a real thing that they do to make it fancy without
it's
having
wrought iron.
So pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Where did that come from? Did you all find that?
Yeah, we found.
Yes.
We literally found it. It was hiding. Guys, we are going through the project. This is like this is another. We're gonna jump around a little bit. Sorry, deal with it. One of the things that we have going on is that we're doing audits and like balancing and stuff like that. So we're really deep into the data collection phase for crafting, and part of doing this, we end up going through the project and we're looking for items that the players don't have.
That we have prefabs for that never had assets made, or that we even made assets for, but somehow just never got into players' hands.
Yeah.
So these candles have existed for a while.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing and hearing, there's a trove of stuff. I mean, I know there's stuff even among stuff that I touched and played with during that period. So I can only imagine with the whole team of artists, there's probably a lot of hidden goodies out there that just haven't had a chance to be processed properly.
Yep. Oh, I will tell you that for sure. Even during my era, there are ingots, display ingots that are in there that are not done. I don't remember what else. There's a bunch of things that I think I have like
Yeah.
three items in my pending list in Perforce alone that are just
Yeah.
not done yet.
We have several lots in Deco Station that we've been using to sort things. There's a lot of things that need work. There's a lot of things that just need like display names and icons done. There's a lot of things that are ready to go and haven't been put in yet. I mean, lot is in place, not lot is in many.
Right.
Right,
That's
right.
right. I mean, we only have just begun to scratch the surface about that. We had our own wonderful meeting, a week or so ago, where we walked through an area that was filled with stuff that they had already begun to, kind of process into a, well, these probably no way. These look great, but no one's ever seen them before. Oh, these look good. Maybe just a few fixes, and then it's going to come down to a decision of like, okay, well, which things do we want to release? What things do we want to schedule time to fix? What what category would those fit in as far as like giving away prizes or things people can create and craft? And there's just a lot out there that we have to choose from that we still need to go through, and that includes entire things that have been purchased just because we love the look of them from sources online that just we really need to go through and make them ready for our game. And I honestly can't wait because it's a lot of great stuff that you all might enjoy having.
Absolutely. And of course, the one of the driving forces underneath that task is to get a lot of these items lined up for the rest of the year. So every year we'll try to get, once we know of our entire pool of things, we won't just flood it all into the store right away, but we'll put it all into a lineup so that way we could try to fill in what we're going to do month to month, which frees us up to actually work on more important things than the commitments of providing the items for the subscription rewards and the login rewards and things like that, which take up an amount of time. It's definitely like, for instance, these short releases, which I've talked about in past streams, November and December, traditionally, for about 10 years or so, we've done those releases. Instead of being on the last Thursday of the month, they were on basically the middle of the month. So November would be around the 18th, and December would be around the 12th or 14th. This does not give a lot of time. The first shifting from October, which is October, like this year, what was it? The 31st actually was release on Halloween, and then only 14 days later, or 18 days later total, right? You have to do another release, which the last week of that is a lockdown where all the development work has to be done in the first literally 10 days. And then
Right.
and then of course you got Thanksgiving and stuff like that. So in the U.S. and so we lose a week that way. Then we're moving right into December, and you got just another 2 weeks before everything's got to be going. And of course we are now have this is the second year, right, that we're doing the anniversary stream. Second year that we're doing the anniversary stream. This is going to be the new tradition or new standard that we're trying to have make December be more of a celebration. We might have to shift that to January, but it's just not a lot of time to get everything done. All right, so that's the login reward, and then the subscriber rewards. We have a new dungeon room. Well, I would say it's a dungeon component. It's not really a room per se for that. Then a winter apple tree. Allium here has created a entire set of apple trees for all the seasons. So we've just released the winter version of the apple tree. A couple months ago, we did the fall version. And then what was the rest of its potions, right? Potions of growth, diminutive stature, enhanced upward acceleration, and disco fever. All the potions you need to celebrate Yule and New Year's.
Nice.
So, there you go.
I'm not sure disco is really a Yule thing. That might be just New Year's.
Yeah.
Sir Frank just noticed it's snowing in Dead Horse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and we've turned on the snow. So snow's gonna stay on for at least probably until I think the end of January. Yeah, the end of January is probably when we're gonna turn that back off. Speaking of subscribing, just to plug that a little bit here, we have 3 tiers of subscriptions available to players, and uh, for a long time we've been doing $9 a month. That would get you 900 kodos included with the $9, which is really 1 for 1. So if you were planning on spending any kodos, like every month, if you buy some kodos to do a thing, you might as well subscribe because you're getting the kodos back from the subscription money. So it's as if you directly just bought the kodos. But in addition, you also get to pick 3 obsidian potions, and then there's also other stuff that's included in the subscriptions, where every quarter you get a new title, and I don't have the thing in front of me, so I don't know. There's a lot of other stuff. Let me bring that up. Be a proper shill. I'm going over to the I'm going over to the website. You click on store, and you'll see the subscription plans menu item, which we just recently added. And there'll be 3 tiers there. The $9, the second tier is $18, and the third tier is $27 a month. And what these do, as I said, 900 kodos for $9. $18 gets you 2,000 kodos, and $27 gets you 3,500 kodos, along with the following, which would be the 3 potions for the first tier, 6 potions for the second tier, and 9 potions for the third tier. And then there's a list of titles that you get, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, so on, so on, so on. Right now we have it listed up to 78 months, and we actually have the titles in the system going up, I think, to 100 months, something like that. We're just not listing them all on the website because the list is really long, and we're letting it catch up a little bit. Then let's see, yeah, so that's pretty much it. Is it? I got it all. Okay, good. And there's information up on the website about the billing cycle, and if you want to upgrade your subscription or downgrade your subscription, how to do that, and all that neat stuff. If you have any questions, feel free to contact support, and we'll be happy to walk you through whatever it is that you want to try to get done with that. So, and the subscriptions are the main way that we pay for the developers to develop the game, and continue to add new content. So obviously the team is small, therefore slow, slow going to add the new content, and but we are not stopping. We're continuing on with everything. So we have this month. This is actually kind of important. It should have been. I'm burying the lead here. We have a special items. Oh damn! I was supposed to put those out.
You can go to Hometown. Laney put them out on the new lot.
Ah, cool. All right. I'm gonna head over there then. And then I'll show you guys we'll talk about the dungeon stuff and everything else that's going on out there. All right, so I'll show you these things, and then I'll head over to Castle Atos. Though anybody in Castle Atos in Universe Chat, tell me how many people are there. Is it getting up to? Is it still mighty, or have we gotten the maximum yet?
I thought I saw someone in Universe say it was at max.
Oh, cool. So, Allie, would you tell them about what that means?
Okay. There are 2 blessing fountains that you can only access in Castle Atos. There's one that depends on the number of people that are in the scene at the time, and it gives you a bonus to health and focus, and also to crit damage reduction. And so when everyone is gathered there, like they are for the stream right now, it's a very good time to go get that blessing, and it's currently at maximum strength. And then the other fountain on the other side of that courtyard gives you a bonus to putting XP into skills as you train. And that fountain only applies its blessing while you're in Castle Atos. So you need to do your training there. There's a training yard with dummies, there's a whole crafting area, there's a daily quest that will get you a learning bonus food to go with it if you talk to the children that are outside the tavern. And so it's a good way to gather a group, share the GM bonus and the fountain bonus and the food bonus, and get a lot of training done very quickly.
Excellent. Thank you for the much better description than I would have given. So I'm here in Hometown, which you could go here anytime you'd like to look at all the houses. Speed this up. All the houses that are available in the game are located in Hometown.
Or in the 2 other town templates that are linked to the main docks. There's one for legacy homes as well, and one for basements.
Right. That's these are the green white ones. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. So yeah, you could go here. The bulletin board will give you more information as to where everything is and how to find it. And there's street signs, street sign teleporters, and all that neat stuff to help navigate this plethora of housing options.
Yeah, Laney's done a complete reorganization of it recently.
Hopefully.
By the way, it's after 5. Do we need to gear up for?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, we have to do one. So anybody who has not yet put in the phrase. What is it?
Snow for Yule.
Snow for Yule.
Snow for Yule. I was gonna say, it's no snow this year. I don't know. It's never snow again. What? All right. So let me get back to this. Lainey also puts out a display of all the stuff that we've added into the store. So anything that's in the recently added items in the Crown store that I was just looking at a few minutes ago, in here recently added, anything that's currently in there is going to be displayed here in Hometown. So that way, that way you can actually come in here and take a look at the stuff closer, other than just looking at a picture in the Crown store. So you could kind of browse and shop properly. So, and
why is there a single shoe on the top of that?
Oh, there was a pair there. I just went too quickly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So my slew is, I'm trying to get my slew at a good speed that's not going to make people nauseous.
You're moving like the Flash.
Yeah, tell me about it.
There you go.
Yeah, that was a pair of dyeable stiletto shoes that are now in the those are actually in the store today, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things that's been sitting on that ready for store lot in Deco Station.
Yeah.
Recently added wearables.
Oh, that works. That's better. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Where are you gonna go when you're wearing those shoes? These are designer shoes by Don G. Felhenfrey and Company.
And there's 2 die slots. Please don't make either heels.
So there you go.
That dress, like the late. I mean, it feels like we're in a Tom and Jerry cartoon and we're just seeing the bottom of the human. But that's an interestingly modern look, is it not?
It's a cherry blossom dress, which is also in the store if you want to look at that.
Huh. Cool.
Wearables.
I mean, normally we don't look at the stuff available and think contemporary, but that feels like fairly contemporary.
Yeah.
See, it looks great.
Oh my god.
I don't think your boots match.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the activity.
Well, I mean, if you're going to a gladiatorial tea party, then
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
this mesh was actually first put in as an island dress, which you can also search for, which has like palm leaves and hibiscus flowers. And
that looks like slaughter at the garden party is about to happen. Kind of crazy.
This would be a good time to mention that male and female characters can wear male or female attire. So
yes, and if you're not familiar with the previews in the store, if you see the icon of the item below the title of the shelf item, you can click it to see it displayed, and if it's a wearable item, you will see it displayed on you.
Well, see that there we go. That looks good. See, whether it's on the male or female, with that dress before, those boots are a fashion faux pas.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So where was I?
Sorry. Yeah, that was a little departure from the normal.
Yep. Oh, so let me just say, I'm trying to get my. All right. Well, I guess I'll do this. These 2 items here are special items. We've been doing special items now for I guess this is our 5th iteration of that. We've completed 1 year of the special item project as well. In fact, when we get into it in a little bit, we'll be going down into a dungeon that we have currently available to the players on Novia. And in that dungeon, there is a room that actually has all of the special items on display, because that room is supposed to be the lobby of the developers' offices, but we'll go into that when we get there. So, if you purchase a 10,750 Kodo pack, it's basically a 10K Kodo pack, then you will receive at the end of by the end of this month, or this month, or no, by the end of the release. Yeah, by the end of this release, you'll receive this fountain, and this is an ultra rare, meaning that it's only available by way of buying the pack, and will never be offered again. And as opposed to other things, there's pledge rewards and all sorts of other things that all ended up in the Crown Store over time. These items will not go into the Crown Store. They will not be offered as bonus items again. They will not be given out as prizes. Anything. The number of these that exists in the game will solely depend on the number of people who make the purchase. And I will tell you that the amount of money that it takes to prepare and create these items is made back by the number of Kodo packs that are purchased, but it's not $5, it's not $50, it's not $100. It's a significant amount of money in labor time to actually do the mesh work and make them as beautiful as they are. Some of our base items we do get from the Unity Asset Store, but they're not like, you don't just buy the stuff off the Unity Asset Store and then throw it into the game. And let me tell you, this fountain here, and it looks great as it is. This fountain had, I know I'm going to exaggerate a little bit here, but it had millions of polys.
Oh my
So
God. That's barely an exaggeration.
yeah, it is barely actually.
It was so fraught with polys that I don't know what they were thinking. Obviously, they weren't thinking make it for a game. It was incredibly high poly, and to deconstruct that, you cannot just do it. You got to do it by hand, very carefully, because just trying to use something inside of Max to lower the poly count, it turns into garbage very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And so you've got to do it by hand. You've got to do it very carefully. You've got to know which details you want to preserve and which you can't. And you have to go in and handpick every edge you want to get rid of and then carefully make sure that things look good. So there was a lot of work that went into making that both game worthy and functional, so that everything didn't come to a crashing halt if it appeared on screen. And then whilst keeping the really delicate and beautiful labor that went into the creation of those the putti, what do they call that? That's the Italian Renaissance word. Putti
Yeah,
is the name.
cherubs.
The cherubs. Thank you. Yeah, and so those cherubs were a lot of work and effort to get those things in there, and the attention to detail in this is fantastic. You notice, not only is the water in there burbling, but it's also flowing out and on multiple places falling down into the little buckets and containers. And then in addition, on the lower levels where you can actually see it with your character when you're walking around in the world, they're dribbling off into there and creating, lovely little, um, circles of water flowing away from there. So a lot of nice effects were involved, a lot of work to make sure that this was brought nicely into our world. Beautiful work on the ivy and things like that, and then me going in there and making sure that everything worked properly and had the right shaders, because that's a big problem. You buy something, you love it would be plug and play, but it absolutely never ever ever is. So a lot of Steven's right, a lot of work goes into making sure those things are capable of being brought into our game and looking good for our game too. And I really really like how this turned out. I enjoy that fountain, and I also enjoy the little mantle clock that goes with it, the table clock that goes with it, which you can see there in the distance on the
Right.
left.
Yep. And we'll be talking about that in a second. I was going over to the poinsettia is probably the closest example of what I'm aiming to talk about here. Is that you see how the this pot, which looks like it's meant to be segmented on the rim, which again I'm too fast in my slew.
And this had millions of polys as well.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna, and this doesn't really apply to this specific object, but in a lot of our objects, if you get really close to them in the game, you'll see that circles are not circles because they're going to be segmented like this to, at a distance to give you a nice round impression.
Yeah,
But because we want having a lot of objects in the game, items that you could display and do stuff with, we have to have as few polys as possible. Um, and by doing that, you end up having to have straight lines that make up a circle instead of actually having stuff that will pleasingly look like it's an actual circle.
oh
Um,
yeah,
so these items here, for an example, this fountain represents, I think it was like 15 hours, um, somewhere between 8 and 15 hours of work. I can't
yeah,
remember the exact number, so I'm just approximating here. And that was actually to reduce the number of polys, but then keep it looking as beautiful as it is. And this is, we've the special items, because they're not going to be thousands of them in the game. There's going to be hundreds of them in the game in theory. Uh, we are allowing them to be a little bit more complex than we normally would.
right,
So this item is definitely of a higher quality than normal. And as I said, the cost is reflected in that to make how much to make it. But
yeah,
when you guys buy the 10,000 Kodo packs, and they're $80 a piece, right? So by the time we have this month we have, or this type of time around, we have pretty much 2 week cycle to do this. The special offer is available until the end of the second, just like all the sales. So it's going on for the entire sale period. If you buy 10,000 Kodos, then you'll get one of these fountains. And obviously, buying the Kodos goes towards paying back the money that we invested in making the thing, and then hopefully getting us a little bit more, so that helps fund doing more stuff. The idea, of course, is to build up some money, so that way we could pay for additional artwork and programming. The programming is very high on my priority list. Sorry, Scotty. Um,
I
but
understand.
that's the thing. What I'm trying to do right now is fundraise for 2025, so that way I could get enough funding so I could go and hire some or some programmers to help us update the game's core code, get us on the current version of Unity, and then go back and start adding tech features that I can't handle. I could program, but not to the degree that would be required. You need a dedicated programmer, because I would never have any time to do anything if I was doing programming. So, this is the table clock. This one.
Reset the game time.
Sure. This one.
Which, by the way, the table clock, it can tick, and that ticking I love. But it may cause other people to go crazy. For some odd reason, it's comforting to me. I love the noise of this clock.
Well, the tick goes away. There, it's gone. So you have to be pretty close to the clock to get the ticking.
Okay. I can't hear it on my end.
Yeah. So we talked about that and everything, and I don't think it'll be a problem, but basically none of our other clocks tick. So this one is the only one that actually ticks.
Yeah.
And it has a second hand, which other clocks do not have a second hand as well. And of course, the time in here is accurate for in-game. For in-game time. So this is say we're around midday up here at the compass, and we are approaching noon for the day in-game. And so again, these are all broken style. Have cherubs on here, and
How do we get the clock?
the clock is available as a bonus item if you purchase a 6,000 Kodo pack, 6,300 Kodos total. Like the 10,000 Kodo pack, there's a bonus of 750 Kodos on it, and the 6,000 Kodo pack, there's a bonus of 300 Kodos on it. So if you buy that pack, I don't remember how much that is now. I have to go over and find that. See what you did. Okay. So let's see. We need $48 when they're on sale. The 6,300 crown pack. So for $48, you'll get the clock. I know there's questions going to be asked about this, and I'm blocking the chat, so I don't know if anybody's asking stuff.
So yes, I was about to actually answer a few questions once you got finished.
Right, gotcha. Okay, so Merrick just asked the one that I was about to explain anyway, so I'll explain that one. If you buy a 10K pack, you get the fountain. If you buy a 6,000K pack or 6K pack, you get the clock. If you buy one of each, you get one of each. If you buy 5 of each, you get 5 of each. There's no limit. Buy as many as you want. Please buy as many as you want.
We were just talking about how expensive they are graphically.
Yeah.
That's why it's a good thing that these are limited time items.
Yes,
and
limited
the
time.
same.
Yeah. But buy them all. Yeah. Hey, Galorn Hammerthrow said that will be great for my house of 1,000 fountains. Yes, please. Buy 1,000.
Yes. Buy 1,000. We'll upgrade the server so that way you could run the fountains without lag.
For the Bug Brigade anniversary last fall, I made a nice little floating sprig of flowers in a test tube that's over a wooden plaque, and it has a script on it, so it's actually moving around and floating.
Oh, cool.
And Keith was worried that would cause a lot of problems if there were a lot of things in the scene that had that script on it, and I had to tell him, no, it's just going to the few people that are in the Bug Brigade for the anniversary.
Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, and when it's limited, it's not too bad. But I mean, you know, and as Sithil says, the trick is to use as little polys as possible and still make it look good. Well, the same goes with anything that eats up, memory, anything that utilizes it.
Yeah.
You gotta think about that, and so that's why,
Moving parts,
yeah,
lights,
moving parts, lights, anything,
sound scripts,
and
containers.
anything that requires a lot of vertices, right? So because every vert that exists is going to accept light in a certain way, and it tells the polys around it to do it. Someone else asked a question pertaining to it, because and this is important. It's what was it? What did they say? So they asked something about the difference between or whether we still do garage shading. And the answer is yeah. Oh, yeah. About the polys, I wonder if garage shading is still a thing like it was in the 90s. And it is. A lot of people use Fong, right? But garage shading, and this is art technicality stuff here. But when you're talking about things like pixels drawing, and like me nearly pooping my britches when I saw how many polys were in some of the items that we were trying to utilize, um, you know, the code that goes into looking at these things, whether you're looking at a rotating flower inside of a thing, it's having to recalculate how light lands on these objects, and it calculates them on a per vertex basis, and it's done in one of two ways. The garage shading, right, looks at the it looks at a polygon, and any point that's attached to it, and it asks the question about where the what color one vertices is compared to the next vertice on an object that it's connected to by a line, and it has to decide, the lighting that's coming in is coloring that vertice, right? It's coloring it, it's illuminating it, and it's affecting whatever color the vert is already, because verts can have separate vert colors, which also affect how it's drawn in the game, and it has to interpolate between the two based on the closest vert that's nearby the vert that you're trying to calculate. Now that's garage shading, and it does actually it's actually better and easier for the code to interpolate and figure out how to draw it. But now recently, Fong has become more popular, although it's not quite as effective, but it is better for higher end machines. And what Fong shading does is it actually looks at the vertice and determines lighting by calculating not just the light source that's nearby and the color of that light source, but the angle of the normal, which is the point that comes out from a plane and kind of points out away from the plane, directly perpendicular to the plane, and whether the closer that normal is pointing at a light source, the more light it is actually receiving, and so all of that has to be brought into play. And so the more an item has a complex mesh, thus, like Stephen was saying, the rounder something looks, right? That means there's more vertices invested in it, and those vertices, those points that make up the object, every single one has to be thought about by the code, and in a dozen different ways, in order to getting the lighting, the vert color, the illumination, everything correct. And if it's moving around and floating, it has to do that calculation for every frame of animation that it has, because it has to change the lighting. So something as simple as an object moving around, even as something as simple as a tiny little rose in a bottle, is incredibly intensive code-wise for it to figure out how to light it every single frame that we draw. And oh my God. So yeah, even the tick-tock hands of the little clock have to be considered for lighting every moment that they move. And you have a million polygon item in there, and it basically just says, oh, I guess we want to crash the game now. Sorry, bye. So yeah,
Yes, when Ravalox first put in that poinsettia before your optimizations, it crashed by Unity.
oh yeah, it just crashes right out because it cannot deal with the polygon count, and that's just this one little potted plant. It was so thick with polygons that at first I thought that the mesh was, I thought that the thing was white. I thought it was literally like, oh wow, why did someone leave it white in Max? No, it's because I had the lines turned on. All the lines were turned on so that you could see the mesh, instead of the texture map. Oh, the texture map was drawing, but you could not see it because it was drawing so many points and so many lines that the whole thing looked like it was made of white. It was nuts. Nuts. So yeah, I am definitely my little hairy eyeball looks at this stuff and goes, "Oh hell no, we can't use that as is," and then we have to devote time to fixing it, downgrading it without turning it into garbage, hot garbage. But so, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, like under the hood, that I mean, you all can't. I mean, you can imagine it, obviously, now that I've talked about it, but most people just don't realize that this stuff is going on in the background all the time, and it can be hateful, especially when you look at something that you think, oh, that's so good. Well, yeah, that looks so good because it was never meant to run in a thing that requires frame rate. It looks so good because it was meant to be rendered one time and looked at so that someone could ooh and ah on how pretty it was, because it will never move for you. It will crash first. Anyway, hopefully you all enjoyed my little tirade on polygon count. And yeah, Sir Frank said that he really liked the way that clock looked. Thank you. Yeah, I think that clock turned out really nicely. You should have seen us curse and struggle just trying to get the translucent glass on the front of it to work. We, even
It is nice looking glass.
Yeah, it actually turned out really nicely. I mean, we have some really good code, but the reason why Steven's wanting to like talk about getting some more coders in is because we don't, for instance, have a guy to fix some of the problems that exist on some of those older shaders that we have that allow our materials to draw. So we are having to often work around shaders that don't want to work for us for certain things, even though they're really great for other things. And so, we have to use unorthodox shaders just to get glass to draw right and stuff like that. And even that is not as, wonderful as we'd like it to be. So yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. We need coders more than we need artists right now, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's pause and hand out some prizes. We are actually 15 minutes away from starting the cycle for the second prize run.
Oh God!
So that's how long we've been talking from that one, and I'm not
Sorry,
even through
guys.
my script yet. Jeez. So yes, let's do the prizes before we keep going on here. All right. Anybody want to share the task of prize reading?
Oh, I'll be
Sure.
glad to. Let me get to it. Yeah.
Oh.
What would you like to do, Allium?
I don't care.
You don't care?
Pick whichever you like.
Here, let me see if I can get to. How do I get back to that again? Why am I failing? Oh, here it is. There we go. Do you feel more comfortable doing the names, or do you feel more comfortable doing the name of the prize?
I don't care. Pick
You don't
whichever
care?
you like.
Okay. Okay.
good
Then
either
let's
way.
switch off. I'll do the prizes for the first one, and then you do the prizes for the second one.
Yeah, okay. That's not generally how we do it. What we do is list the prize and then name the two people that are getting it.
I see what you mean. Okay. No, I was saying that for this one,
I see.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
this round.
And then for the next one, we can switch off if you want to. So okay, so the first prize is the Lord British two-handed axe,
which is going to Radicus and Varus Lease.
Radicus and Varus Lease. Excellent. The second prize on the agenda is the Dark Star crossbow,
to Terry Ellelin and Jack Passer.
Okay. The next prize is the ornate Yule music box,
to Smegatron and Arya Bloodmoon.
After this, the prize is the 2024 Yule log.
That's Bean Hunter and Spoon.
This next prize is the ceiling Yule tree.
That would be Merrick Dragon and Seal Astra.
Then we have the large Yule tree for 2024.
And that is Mapper and Chepri.
We have the snow leopard cub decoration pet.
To Ukulele and Dido,
That's nice. I like that.
Oh, that's good. And then last but not least, we have the Hololog Village Home.
which is going to Grom Hellscream and Helia Derok.
Congratulations, everyone.
I was fighting with Grom Hellscream in the new dungeon just before stream.
Ah,
Nice.
congratulations, buddy. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Land a lot of stuff this time. That's amazing. I love it.
So let's see. There are definitely some questions here, and I still have things to talk about. But we'll answer some questions real quick. So let's see here. Yeah. So yeah, GoGo04 said, time and resources seem tied to money, sadly, in gaming.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a bunch more there, and it's not really a question, but yeah, absolutely, this is the thing: is that the team is extremely small right now, and obviously there's a cause and effect. The smaller the team, the slower the development. Slower the development, the less um, rah rah, or whatever right phrasing would be to that we generate with the player base. We're going into 2025, looking at what I could do for marketing aspects to try to draw more players into the game, and increase the income. Just before that, Baragon was asking about upgrading Unity, which of course has been on the slate of things to do for a long time now. The backstory on that one is Devicult had gotten pretty far with it just before the dark times, which we do not talk about, and then basically we never got back to that point in the amount of work that there is that has to be redone. I have actually put out a request for quote to a programmer to find out how much I need to budget for that. So in 2025, we'll talk more about that, and we need to figure out what we're going to do to actually do a wholesale funding drive. We need to actually, especially for an item like that, I need a budget, I need to have the amount, and I have to have the person, the skill set to go do it. So I'm trying to line up all those things, get a number, so that way we could go out to you guys and say, okay, let's go do a thing, and hopefully by that point we can have some items logged up. That's that would be more in Sky's area, that we need to get some a list of items ready, and then maybe have an old style telethon type of thing going on. Can't really promise anything of that. I don't want to do a Kickstarter because of the past and how previous administrations from this game have disappointed people through like the Kickstarter thing, and I don't want to have anybody think that that would happen again. Anything that we do, we want to, as I said, I want Scotty to and us to have the items already. So if we're going to do any pledging, if we're going to do any any telethon rewards or anything like that, the stuff is going to be there.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's these things here for the Kodo packs, they're in game. The only thing that we can't do right now is automatically distribute them. So we're mailing them out after the time frame when the sale ends and the offer ends. Then we'll compile a list of all the people who have claimed them, claim the Kodos in game, and then deliver the items. So what we're committing to is getting the items out by the end of the release. They are in the game, obviously, at this point. So it's just a matter of getting all those names together and then sending them out to you guys.
May I also note that in order for us to know that you are eligible for this thing, you actually have to claim the Kodos?
Yes, and that's the thing. As I said, what you need to do is you buy the pack, then log into the game. That's all you really need to do. Logging into the game after you bought the pack delivers the Kodos to your account, and that's the logging that we're looking at. to make sure that you've actually gotten the Kodos. The Kodos will end up in your let me get this out of the way here. In the top right corner, you have an icon for rewards, little chest up there, and even though I swear I just opened it, no, single click guy. All right. Then once you do that, the Kodos will appear here. So for instance, I just got a 10,750 pack myself, and there it is. So as long as it's there in this rewards bin, then you've been counted, and you would get the thing. So obviously make the purchase in the window when the offer is active, and then make sure you log into the game after you've made the purchase. So that way the crowns appear in your rewards bin.
Yeah, I'll run a report on that after the window closes. But if you bought crowns during the time period and you didn't get a chance to log into game to get them, you can still get the item, but you won't be on the report. So what you would need to do is email support and say, hey, I bought crowns on this date, here's the timestamp, blah, 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 and we can go look it up to make sure.
Hmm.
Right, exactly.
Nice.
And Baragon, yes, the offer was active yesterday. Generally, we have a little bit of leeway on that. So yesterday the patch was late. We haven't even gotten to that section of our live stream yet, but normally we take the server down at 8 a.m. on patch day. Yesterday, being a short release for December, was patch day, and we deployed release 133. The patch itself failed to complete its build process overnight as it normally does. Usually we try to build it a day or so before the live stream, but we had so much stuff that needed to get done at the last minute that the build ended up going overnight right before the patch was about to be deployed. So we ended up doing our deployment at noon, but the offer technically, documentation wise, started at midnight yesterday. Though we will look to see if anybody, who didn't know there was going to be a sale or anything like it, maybe.
Yeah, we always check the range before and after and see if anyone was close enough that we think it should count.
Exactly. So, the offer goes through the end of January 2nd, which means 23:59 or 11:59 p.m. On the 2nd. That's when the offer ends. And generally, I'll have a patch ready, and somewhere between midnight and 2 or 3 a.m., something like that, I'll apply the patch, and that actually takes all the sales, double XP, the deed upgrades, and all that neat stuff would all be turned off at that point. I do align it with that patch. So if for any reason I don't patch it on the night of July 2nd, going into the early morning of July 3rd, then the sale, the offer will be pushed out and continue for a little bit until we get that patch up there. So don't start wishing for bad things to happen. Just maybe just for me to forget to put the patch up or something. You can do that, but basically, once the client is patched, that's when the sales are officially over, and anything like pot upgrades, which don't have there's no software involved, right? We're just saying, hey, reach out to us in this time frame, just like this, buy these Kodos during this time frame. So the time frame ends with the patch being built and available for application. So. Okay, so thanks, Yvette. I hope you have a great holiday too. So, oh, it's busy.
I think she's saying that you'll be too hungover to push the patch.
Yeah, I just want to go to sleep and stay sleeping for a month. That's what I want to do. Let me see. Where are we now? All right. All right. There's a couple of things that are good. Well, there's a lot of things that are good. I need to go over to Castle Atos too. As you guys can see, it's snowing.
So, yeah, I saw that start up. I'm like, oh, neat. It's starting to snow here now.
Yeah, that's we put the snow in for this release, and I believe we're gonna pull it back out at the end of the release. So in the past, I think we've left it in for like 2 months, and that just seems to be a little bit too long. Heading over to Castle Atos.
Yeah, Andrew Nidell, there's no weather in Castle Atos unless a dev manually sets it. It's always clear skies there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's forced to be.
Ravalox could make it snow, though.
Yes, I can. Going back to a previous thing I was talking about with POTs, player-owned towns, Castle Atos is technically a player-owned town, although it's not fully implemented as one, and it's not a template that players can get.
There wouldn't be any flat space to put lots anyway.
Yeah, exactly. There's no place to put lots or anything like that. But to give you an idea that there's size involved in player-owned towns. Actually, our player-owned towns are larger than this. This is pretty small, based on what's been developed. So I see Merrick Dragon is entertaining the people. So there you go. Aim to 11. There, get some more brightness on this, and oh look, it's you know what? They're not on the same thing. It's raining here.
Oh, they don't have the default skybox.
Yeah.
That's no fun.
Yeah, because storm does produce a heavy snowstorm, right?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, okay. All right, then I'm just go back clear.
So it just rains. It just rains hard now.
Yeah, it just rains hard there.
Oh, that's the Timmy's sad on Christmas morning when it rains and storms. Whoever the hell Timmy is.
People are throwing confetti eggs at me. I don't know if they're happy.
They could be getting their dyeable umbrellas out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, they can make it rain themselves by bringing out the umbrellas.
No, those are the clockwork umbrellas. I don't know if that
was it only? Was it only the clockwork? Oh, okay. I thought
only the clockwork umbrellas can force the weather change on the next 15-minute mark.
Really?
Yeah.
And the more people who have them out and using them, the more likely it is to actually do it.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Okay, well, let's talk about other stuff, right? So again, we have the special items for the Coda Pack, so we covered all that. I'll probably mention that later on in the stream again, just because I want to make sure everybody knows about it. I still have yet to send out the newsletter for this month, so I'll be sending that out, and I'll put a blurb in there about the Coda Pack bonuses and everything like that. So just want to stress, as I said, the higher poly count is not going to be an issue on those because there won't be as many of them in the game. It would take somebody to buy all of them and put them all in one place to actually cause lag. So I'm not worried about that. As I said, if somebody bought that many, that would be a concern. Then I'd be immediately using the money to upgrade our servers and stuff, so that way we wouldn't have that problem.
Well, that doesn't help their own graphics card.
Well, no, true, but there's other things that we could actually do that we have not implemented, and so, again, the money would actually pay for programming and additional hardware and stuff like that on our side. That would help us eliminate those things and kind of stretch out that situation where we could call out a lot more deco items, and that's something we can do today. If we actually had the labor power to go through all the scenes, we could actually shrink the amount of square footage or square meters that deco actually appears in the game, and that would actually be able to improve the performance of the scenes as well, especially the heavier scenes.
Speaking of scenes with heavy performance subjects, you see that there's a Christmas tree up in Castle Atos. This is on an automatic schedule. Go to the tree, please.
I have to get my bonus. Let's see, where is that?
You're in God mode.
Well, it doesn't matter if I'm in God mode. I might want to play like later on or something. What the hell
Right.
is-
So this Christmas tree in Castle Atos has an Easter egg. Can you make it nighttime? Just so we
Sure.
can see better the tree?
Okay.
And now do the ring bell emote. Now that you're standing in front of it.
Is it ring space bell, or?
No, / ring bell, all one word.
I'm doing it. Maybe I'm not close enough.
Maybe you don't know the emote? Is it in your emote list?
I'm looking. I may not know it. Nice. Ring. Somebody else did it.
Ah,
Yeah, I
Oh.
don't
Good.
have it. I do not have it.
and you can back up and see the tree. And now the light is on.
Oh, I see.
It will light up when anyone rings bell close to it, and it will turn itself back off in about 10 minutes.
Oh. And that's like a light buried sort of in the interior of the tree itself?
Yeah,
Nice.
it's just one light. The candles are fakes.
Yeah.
Because that would be way too many lights.
Oh my God, yeah. That'd be insane. But that's nice. It has that kind of like the nice, especially like imagine if this were placed like nearby a hearth or whatever, then you'd get that nice, it gives it that kind of like warmth.
Yeah, the light is built into the trees that players have.
Yeah, that's
So
nice.
they all have that glow. Hugo in Pieces asks where you can get that emote. I believe that is learned from an NPC in Estgard, but I'm not going to tell you more than that.
There you go. All right, so let's see. That didn't work. Okay. Now we're back to bed. Here, peoples. Okay, so next up on the list of things, Stone Dungeon Hall with secret door. Yeah, so we'll talk briefly about dungeon rooms here. We'll probably end up having a bigger conversation, but this one added. I think this one is a. All right, so basically, as I said earlier, this is a sub reward, so it's not available in the store yet. It will be on the second or the third of January.
Third, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and so I would call this a dungeon component, more of a room. I mean, it's technically a room. You have to place it like a room and everything, but it's not too
It's
big.
a hallway.
Yeah. So as you can see here, it's a T section, T formation, and it has a secret door in it. The default connection is this angle here, so you're already inside the secret area, right? And then you could choose connection point 2 over here or connection point 3 over here. And then, of course, the players who go into your dungeon will only see a hallway section. So you can make this part of a longer hallway by adding more straight hallway sections to it, and then they'd have to figure out where the actual secret door is.
Nice.
Now, isn't this cool that you can actually zoom in on the thing? There is a brick in here. Reminds me of an old Sesame Street thing. One of these things is not like all the others. And you click on that brick, and that will open up the secret door and get you in. And then on the other side, there is a lever that will open up the door. This is standard for our secret doors. There are other types of secret doors we have, and I can do a lot of other things with secret doors. to make the I can make it where you have to click on a torch or um, do uh, pressure plates, things like that. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that could be done with this. So um, I would definitely say that over the course of the next year, as I add more and more to the dungeon system, that you guys will get to see more options and interesting choices, if not weird ones, because I'm weird. So the one thing I want to mention here is that player dungeons, of course, player dungeons, you get yourself a foyer, and that's your starting point. I think there's a foyer or two that are available in the Crown Store, if not most of them. And then there's at least, how many foyers are craftable? One, maybe two?
One craftable, yeah.
Right. So we'll probably make one more craftable as well to give a little bit of variation on that. 'Cause, we like to have that balance between, we don't want you guys to have to buy everything. We have to have craftable stuff as well, and try to keep that evenly balanced, which is why we constantly bring up that, if you like the game, please support it and buy some stuff, because you can play this game completely for free if you really wanted to. It's not like a lot of microtransaction games or free-to-play games where they put brick walls in front of you for playing the base game. In addition to the fact that we have an offline mode, so which through the offline mode, you could pretty much definitely get all the stuff without having to spend any additional money. So
Aragon, we have that on the list.
what was he saying?
The craftable stone foyer that doesn't match the hallways.
Ah, gotcha. Yep.
Yep, we still have the old one.
Right. We have and there's a lot to talk about here. So first thing I want to say, because I'm looking at this right now, is that this came up during our testing, that when this secret door is placed into a player dungeon, the tooltips do not work. So hovering over the loose brick, and it doesn't say loose brick on it, for an example. Also signs, like I put in, there's another room that we created, this one here, which is a teleport hallway. And I'll explain this in a second, but for the purpose of what I'm actually talking about, so I can get in there. I have a somewhere in here. Where is it? Yeah, well, whatever. You guys can see it. It's a wooden sign at the end of the hallway, and there's supposed to be text on that, but it won't display as part of the player dungeon. I believe this is because of the dynamic nature of the rooms, that they can be moved around within the dungeon. So I think it breaks the coordinates, something along those lines. But I'm going to be talking to Atos about this to see if this is literally something we could fix that's just a bug, or if it's inherent in the system. And if it's inherent in the system, then it's not likely we'll be able to fix that anytime soon. Again, until I get a programmer, and then we could address it. Anything can be fixed if we have enough resources, personnel, and money. So there you go. So I just wanted to say that this room here is a teleporter trap. Basically, you connect on one of these open ends, and the player would run down the hallway or walk down the hallway and get teleported into the second section. So what they would basically see is a blink, and then they'll be facing this wall there. So from their aspect, the sign will disappear, and if you have this hallway connected to another room on the far side, they'll now see that they've been teleported to someplace else. What they won't know is that they've actually changed directions.
Oh.
So, basically you start up this hallway, you teleport somewhere around the middle, and then you land in the second piece, that's around the middle, and you're still facing this way. So obviously, the stream itself is kind of a spoiler alert, but when you put these in, you could really get somebody pretty lost through this process. So that's why I'm calling it a trap as opposed to just a teleport component.
Is it because they depend so much on the compass when they're walking around through places like this?
Yeah, there's no because people can build their dungeons in any direction, right? In any layout whatsoever. You pretty much have to rely on the fact that you're either mapping it by hand, because we will not ever supply an in-game auto-generated map of a player dungeon.
Ah,
So it's graph paper time, guys. And basically, if you're graphing this out, this will throw you off, because now you're going in and this is like real D&D. This is how it's done. You teleport, you don't know where you are. If you can't estimate distances, you don't know all that. It's really cool stuff.
this is very reminiscent of the trick that we put into, and I ended up working with Richard Garriott to do this at the time, because we wanted to have, if you those of you who may have played through it, if you recall, in the deep in the Dungeons of Artifice, right, all the way down in one area, you get to this series of dungeon hallways filled with bones, the bones of the dead people who just didn't make it through here. And that's what we ended up doing to create this seemingly never-ending dungeon, was the fact that it was filled with passages that if you went down them, you would teleport, but you wouldn't know, the screen wouldn't necessarily change visually, but you would appear in a new area across a very limited amount of actual, passages that I built. That then you would keep walking, and you could keep walking, and there were, I don't know, I want to say there's like half a dozen teleporters set up in there that always brought you back to the other side of that same space. So it was very limited space that felt endless unless you picked the exact right hallway to go down to find the exit. And that's what it was. It was done with teleporters.
Gotcha. So injection, if you have not yet, say the phrase in game, whisper, otherwise, doesn't matter, universe chat, local chat, zone chat, whisper a friend, it doesn't matter. But say the phrase, which is snow for Yule. Is that correct?
Yep.
Snow for Yule.
Yep, snow for Yule. You can say that with all lowercase, upper lowercase, add in an exclamation point at the end to show that you're happy. Whatever you want to do, that'll be good. And then in a minute or two, we'll go ahead and make a drawing for this hour of the stream, which is now completed because we're now into the third hour of the stream. So, woohoo! Okay. Sadly I clicked off this. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to also point out that the hallways are not at the same height level. I did this on purpose, of course, and there's a 15 meters. So basically, each things get a little wonky a little bit in terminology, but each level of the dungeon is supposed to be 15 meters in height. That's based on what we do in adventure scenes. But you could the player dungeon staircases are 5 meters in height. So if I was to attach a staircase to this, it will go up 5 meters, and then I would have to do another 5 meters to get up to that second level. So I separated them by height, so then that way it gives more ability for the player who's making their dungeon to add things in without having conflict and having it be very obvious where the player was teleported to. Yes, now you're also being teleported to a different height in XYZ coordinates in your dungeon, as well as facing a different direction.
Mm.
So now this is only the first teleporter that I'm adding in. I've already seen suggestions, wish list requests, which definitely use the wish list to request more versions and ideas and stuff for these things. So I have a number of variations on the teleporter hallway that I want to put into the game. This is just the first one, proof of concept type of thing, and so I can tell you that somebody wants a straight one, so we'll definitely do something of a straight version of this, and uh, other angles and things along those lines. So I have to think through a lot of that stuff, make sure that in everything that we do, make sure we weigh against the potential for exploit and functionality, and make sure that we're not going to cause a problem with uh, having a situation where you build it out and then you can't loop around and connect it to anything. So for instance, this hallway here, not that it would be viable because it would make it a closed loop, but if I took the top one, and if I took the top one here and put an L connection, a staircase, an L connection, and a staircase, and an L connection to make them talk to each other, to click to each other, they will connect. So when I do my testing, and of course we do the player test directives on the QA server, this is the intention, is to make sure that those things line up and that they work. If they don't, then that's obviously a problem, because all the pieces need to be what we call on grid and able to connect to each other.
Are these pieces decoratable in some way?
Yes, the hallways are deco capable hallways, so we do not, even though the demo pictures here, call them demo pictures, whatever, the pictures show that there's torches. We do not sell the pieces or deliver even craftable pieces with lighting anymore. That was a decision globally. We will not, when we do new housing, anything that we produce that normally you would see a sconce or torches or anything in it, we're not doing that now. We're letting the player place the stuff, so that way they don't have to deal with baked-in lighting that if they want something to be
Isn't
dark.
necessarily where they want it to be.
Yeah, exactly. You might want something to be pitch black, and if if we don't if we leave the lighting in there, then you won't have that option.
Right.
Yep.
Well, then if you do decorate it, though, that we had to be very. The reason why I asked is because players who want to decorate their own stuff, if you want to keep up the illusion that you're still moving through the same hall, even if you teleport, we had to be super careful about that, because we decorated the halls of artifice down there. So you're passing by bones and cobwebs and things like that. There are weird dark mirrors on the walls and other strange things, but we had to be consistent with the decoration to make sure that if they teleported out of one hall, the hall they appeared in had the exact same decoration, so that you couldn't really tell. Someone had mentioned that you should add. Galen Hammerthrow said you should add the disorientation from switching from PvP when you teleport.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Maybe a little drunk effect or something. Yeah. That's actually. I don't know if I'd be able to do it here.
I would vote against the drunk effect. There are already some people who actually have to look away from the screen when that's going on.
Gotcha.
Wow, it's that disorienting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like having the
some people
goggles
are more
on.
sensitive to it than others.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was just thinking about how it could be done. It would actually be a little bit more complex to make it happen, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna say I'll talk about the third one here, because this one's easy as well. This is also just a very straight hallway piece that I've added on one side. It's a normal, like when you connect to it, the wall here disappears, and it's a hallway segment. On the other side, that's connection 1. Connection 2 actually has the solid wall disappears and is replaced with a double-sided wall that you could literally just walk through. There's no collision. So this is a false wall or a what was the yeah, it's a false wall. That's what I'm calling it here. There was another name for it as well, but I can't think of it right now. So basically, and this is the interesting about this, if you put this into your dungeon, let's say in your foyer, and you connect it via connection point number 2, it will look like you don't even have a room there at all. So, I mean, right off, it's a great way to hide sections of your dungeon, create a hidden treasure room, whatever, that type of thing. So, I personally, I like this one. So it was not hard to make, and I think it has a lot of potential for tricking people. Because there's absolutely no indicator that there's a secret there. Go ahead.
Oh, nice. Now, are we also going to eventually give them the walls that they can like use a pickaxe to dig away and open up like some of the areas?
Yes, and I need to talk to you about that.
Oh, very well.
Now I know the existing ones are intended to be the way they are, but I would like to redo them so that way you can't easily tell that it's a breakable wall.
Oh yeah, well, and you know what that's from? Even the secret door, it was made in such a way, Richard requested very specifically that there had to be at least one visual cue that it was different from a regular wall, but not super easy to see.
Right.
And so if I remember correctly, when I made them, the secret door, if you look very carefully, you can actually see the seam where it opens, right? Just
Yes.
barely. And of course, there's also that I didn't want to make it too easy to find the stone. So what you're seeing, by the way, when you look at these hallways, is you're seeing that there are upraised stones all over the hall walls. But in my case, the little special stone that you can hit, well, your mouse will turn red when it mouses over that one stone.
Green, but yeah.
Or green, I'm sorry. But the single seam was all you get to really see. If you look super close, you can sometimes see it.
Right
For the
there.
breakaway, yeah, that's it. For the breakaway wall, though, I want to if I remember correctly, it was a stain.
Yeah, the bricks. It's almost like the old Bugs Bunny cartoons, where they were, and this those cartoons were literally where they would use like static scenes, and then they would put something in that is that's gonna move, that's gonna be animated in the scene, and they would always be a different color. I mean, as a kid, it was like, personally, I think that the attention to detail sucked, because of that. But
yeah,
but it was
you knew which one was going to move and which wasn't.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you were talking about 1930s, 1940s era animation, and it was, it wasn't. They were meant to be shorts, but that would be played before the feature films in movie theaters. And of course, they migrated to TV when our generation were kids. But anyway, the point is that the breakable walls, that's what they look like to me. I mean, I walk down and it's like, oh, look, there's a breakable wall. So, I don't like it.
He wanted it to be a stain, which it tells you there's a hollow space behind it because of water and condensation had obviously leaked through part of it. So that was the idea. It could certainly be made more subtle.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, I said maybe not the staining. Maybe we could put something else where there's cracks or, I mean, again, there could be variations on this, which would help the game in a bunch of places, even in adventure scenes. But I can imagine, like, let's say you had sort of a rough pyramid-shaped, hole, right, where people would break away. That segment of bricks could be maybe coming forward a little bit. So how we have the bricks that are sticking out of the wall every so often, like in this picture here, where even behind this torch, you could see that those two bricks are a little bit forward. If you had the whole rough section that's breakaway coming forward, then that would be less obvious than the shiny. They're shinier, blacker than the rest of the wall. It's just it's too much stuff that you know what I mean.
Oh, you know what? And we should look at them again, like you said, together, because if it's that extreme, it could be that I don't know. It could be that there has been another shader failure or something, and it is not
Good point.
rendering properly. So we can look at it because it really should only just be a single stain, as if water has seeped through part of it,
Right,
and that
yeah.
could be
And,
it.
and I can imagine like having like even just like one brick that's like partially cracked away and having a hole, where you could actually see that there's something behind it.
Right,
Maybe
right.
have a candle on the other side or something so there's light shining through. In variations, right? Having
Yeah,
different versions of it. Right now there's literally only one version of it, and if it met my expectations, and I don't want to say that my uh, requirements are higher than what the old was. It's just that it was for player dungeons. It's way too obvious,
right.
and
Well, and there could
so
be something going wrong with it. So yeah, we definitely should look at it together to make sure. Submarine Mike, by the way, indicates that he'd like to see an illusory wall, which if you could literally, like, if you lean through it or you happen to walk up against it, you'd start to go through it. And honestly, I think that's a kind of a cool idea, especially if I I would go for something like an illusory wall that you could literally just walk through. If when you accidentally walk through it, like if you accidentally touched it, it might do like a little effect of some kind to show that it's a shimmering illusion, for a brief moment.
well, that's what this segment is. This is an illusionary wall, the false wall. You literally just walk through it. I put it in a hallway segment because I mean, I could make some room. In fact, we do have a room. What room was that, alley, that we just did? There, I fixed it. Um, Shoot.
Fixed what?
There was a room that the actual adventure room was broken. That had the two jail cells in it. And
Ah, right. That was the one of the arena basements.
oh, is that what that was? Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah. So one of the arena basements actually has two cells on it where and they're like portcullis type of jail cells, and the once you were in it, the the loose stone methodology gimmick to hit to open the thing to get escape was broken and it wasn't working. So I fixed that, and then while I was doing that, there was also a false wall on one of the hallways that when you walk through, it was no collision, so you could walk through it, and but then when you turned around, it nobody it was culled on the back. They didn't put a double wall, so
Oh, that's
you
scary.
saw those partially invisible bricks that we see because of that.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
so,
not good.
so I fixed that, and I literally just took the end cap and I put them against each other back to back,
Yeah.
and that makes it look like it's a solid wall. And but then the player could walk through it, and if they turn around and look, it looks like there's a solid wall that they just came through. Um,
Do we have things that could react in some way, like if a player's collision touches it? Like, do we have things in the game already that react if a player's collision touches it, and it causes a reaction? Because if so,
We
having a
do
little sparkle effect could be hooked up to that to make it sparkle if you touch it and walk through it.
we do have things that react when you get too close to them. For instance, in South Quell Way, there's a graveyard that has a bunch of gargoyles on pillars,
Oh,
and when you get close enough to them, the stone busts off them and they're imps.
oh, well, that's kind of cool. Well, if we already have that functionality, because without programmers, we don't get new functionality. But if we already have functionality built in like that, we could use it to cause an effect to occur if you touch an illusory wall.
right.
Elwyn Moon, by the way, mentions that there is or used to be an illusion wall under Ardoris somewhere.
Yes, that's a nice one. It actually has a shimmering blue portal on the other side.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Now we
It looks
can't
like a normal wall from one side.
we
Oh,
we can do that with a volume. So we could put a volume that's like if the wall, make sure I'm on camera. If the wall is here like this, because those bricks are a little 3D, right? So they can't be against each other. So the
right.
wall, this false wall, is really literally like this. I could put a volume that would be like a bounding box that would stick out a little bit more. So if you walked up along the wall, like basically hit the wall and then walk along the wall, push against the wall.
Yeah.
Then I could have the shimmer effect or anything actually. It could be a sound. It could, it could be any number of different aspects that would change and indicate maybe even a brief glow or something, whatever effect that we want to put on it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so that's definitely something that could be done.
Yeah,
Um,
that's cool. And
yeah,
it sounds like uh, what Allium just mentioned is that the one that Elwin mentioned down in the Ardoris area, that solved the problem that you solved by putting the double facing walls pointing in opposite directions by having an effect like a portal effect on the other side. So it hid the back of the polygonal bricks that way.
right, right.
Yeah. All of those things are good things to consider. So yeah, I really like the idea of it. That's cool.
Yeah, and what I'm imagining is as we do this, when we straighten out all the stuff, which we haven't even gotten to that conversation. So now I was worried about not being able to have enough stuff to talk about this. Um, the uh, I want to have variations. So not only like say the teleporter things where there's variations where there are 90-degree angles, 45-degree angles, or even just ramps or whatever, and straight teleports and stuff along those lines. But excuse me. Uh, Level of difficulty. So let's say we have a easy, medium, and hard. So like for instance, the false wall that I just produced and put out technically is hard because there is absolutely no indication that you could walk through that wall. You would have to walk up to that wall and try to walk through it. There's no sounds. There's no hints. There's no visual changes. There's nothing there that's
Right.
going to tell you that you could get through that hallway. I mean, we could put something there like we did in the chicken room, which is a puddle of blood that is obviously cut off where it goes underneath the wall, and
Right.
that type of thing. But anyway, point is that um, we could produce ones that are easier to find out, like the thing where it has a shimmer effect, or maybe the wall vibrates. We could actually even do that too. We could make the wall.
Visually, or there's a
Yeah. Oh
sound.
yeah. I can make the wall move. In industry industry trick. Um, Attach the wall to a candlelight script. There you go, and it makes
Huh.
the wall move around like that.
That's weird. The
Yeah.
guy, that would look like some kind of code error to me.
Yep, yep. In fact, I mean, this is the thing. When I was just building this dungeon that we're actually showcasing during the event, I erroneously attached a candle script. It wasn't specifically a candle; it was something else, but it was basically going to have a flame flicker. And I went into the dungeon on that pass after that to test something. I'm going down a hallway, and then there's a pillar there in front of me that I couldn't pass through the hallway because it was there. But this pillar was there going like this, just moving around. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. So, but it gave me that idea now in talking about this that I could take that script and I could code for that. I could take that script, reduce the amount, and I could just make the wall rumble a little bit.
Oh,
I like there are no clues though.
Oh, me too. I mean, and that's it. So but where I'm going with this is that I mean, some people might want to have it. In some cases, easier to get through, like what Richard would prefer. Because I mean, and I'm not disagreeing with that because hell, going all the way back to Ultima 3. In Ultima 3, if you walked up to a wall and you saw the bricks and the mortar was there, if there was a white dot between the bricks, there was a secret door there. That
Yeah,
was it,
which wasn't
just the
much of a
white
clue
dot.
since the bricks were white.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you had to pay attention, but I understand it. I was thinking that in our case, it's a little bit too aggressive and making it too easy. So, especially if it's a player-built dungeon, why not make these three different levels of difficulty? Like the false wall, fine. They're none whatsoever. Then we can make something where there's a proximity thing where something happens, maybe a brick falls down, whatever. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And then maybe one that's a little bit easier that has like as I said before, like a hole in the wall and then some light escaping through it. So then the existing secret secret door T intersection, we know that the brick is on the wall. And actually, Keith and I were talking about this the other day. That we were talking about stuff related to the dungeon, and he was saying, yeah, when we do this, I hate the fact that we have that brick and there's like a decal on top of the brick to make the brick look obvious that it's not like the rest of the bricks. So this current secret door section here, right?
Yes.
Again, I'm not going to point it out, but if you look at this image, if you really know what you're doing, or you really search a little bit, you're going to see what brick it is that needs to be hit, right? Not to mention, of course, that you could go across it and your arrow prompt will turn green, which will always happen. That we can't stop. But also the fact that there's, and again, in this image you can't really see it that well, but there is a line that goes through a brick in the texture. It goes all the way down, and it goes all the way down to the floor, and it's on this side as well. So I can see where that wall is. And when you're in the game, if you're not running by a wall, you generally can see it. I've gone down the hallways in dungeons, and out of my peripheral, I've caught that these things are there. So I consider this to be easy, and I think I'd like to make a version of this where the secret door doesn't show the seams, and doesn't have the brick, and maybe we have something else, another indicator, like again, something, a puddle maybe, or something on the floor that obviously goes underneath the wall, so it's like, oh, well, obviously something's there, right? To make you stop and search. And then the hard one that just doesn't have anything. So.
Right. Right.
Yeah, because the bottom line is that as a player, you'll always have and to me it's the equivalent of the old Dungeons and Dragons methodology, right? Push, pull. I can't remember all the ones, but you go in every time we would enter a new room. Whenever I was playing with my dungeon master and in our campaigns, it's like we'd always be overly cautious and get to a door and we're like, okay, I'm gonna push, I'm gonna pull, I'm gonna do searching for secrets, and you just say on every 10 feet we're saying that stuff.
Right.
In our game, the equivalent of that is the fact that your mouse turns green. So all you have to do is, if you're in a new hallway you haven't been in, just scan down the hallway with your mouse cursor, and you should be able, find the green spot. If there's something you can interact with. So.
Although I have to say, I mean, even though I built the thing and I know exactly where I thought I knew exactly where the stone, where I put it, the reality is when I went down into Hilt, at the very bottom of Hilt, and because I was trying to show it to someone, and so I wanted to go through a certain area, and I'm like, yeah, and I'll get to the bottom. It was in that obsidian. It looked like a little, it looks like a little chapel. There's like the obsidian order symbol, and there's like a bunch of pews you can sit at.
Right,
And
and a few ghosts.
yeah, and the ghosts attack you. And so I just wanted to go. This is before I knew, like, what is the command to just kill everything? Because at the time I was just trying to play it in a normal game setting. So I didn't have all those commands. So, I went in there and I thought, well, this is going to be a no-brainer. I know where the secret door is, and I surely I remember where the stone is. My God, I must have, even though I could see the seams of the door, I could not for the life of me find that stone before those specters would murder me. And I must have tried it like 10 or 20 times until I finally found that damn stone. And I just could never find it in time. It was just too well hidden visually for me to find that stone easily. They murder the hell out of me every time.
Yep. So yeah, and what I'm gathering here from the comments in chat, so yeah, we should. I mean, and the thing is that we could apply this to adventure scenes as well. I mean, that we have. Yes, this is one of the things that's on my list of things to do. We have some scenes, like Tanglemire, I believe, that has a well, we'll call it normal, right, hard, and extreme versions of that scene.
Right.
And basically, it's adding a scenario to the scene. It's the same scene. It's just you're changing out the prefabs and stuff as to what's in there. So you basically use the same terrain, but you could change things around. So if we had dungeons, we could actually make dungeons that are normal, harder, and extreme, and use this concept that in the extreme versions, we're not giving you any hints. The secret doors, they're hidden. Deal with it, right? And because I think it was yeah, Inifet, was saying that in group fights, she likes little less subtle environmental situations, right? So it, this way, you could have a situation where the players have choice, and you could go in the ones where you could find the secret rooms, and go in the ones where it's a little harder, and then some where it's like, well, good luck. This I'm telling you, there's secret rooms there, but I'm not going to tell you where they are. Deal with it, right?
Right. Right.
Um, and I mean, this is obviously this is long list of things I'd like to fix and get going. But the achievement system, I literally just haven't had time to go look at it, figure out what's wrong with it and stuff. But those of you who still play on Steam, not that there's very many that are playing on Steam, but the achievement system. Uh, uh, can be updated and fixed. And then these types of things, like if you're in the extreme level, extreme version of a level, I can't do it for player dungeons, obviously, but in adventure scenes, if we implemented this type of concept, and you're in an extreme version of a dungeon, then it could be an achievement that you found something that we think you should, that it would be very hard to find.
Oh,
So
right.
why not, right? And of course, fixing the achievement system also implies that because Steam, we don't care about Steam. That's the bottom line, right? Steam is there. We have a client on Steam. We'll always update the client on Steam. We're not going to pull off of Steam. But um, since the bulk of our players, and we're talking like 99% of the players, are not playing through the Steam client, we need to, when we fix the achievement system, we need to have a UI in game that shows you your achievements there. We need to keep track of it in the game as well. It's not just sending a message over to Steam to open up something or unlock something. This way, it's independent of Steam, and everybody gets the same experience. Anyway, that's on the list of things to do, but that I probably need a coder for. I'm going to say I'm not good at UI. I want to be good at UI because when I was working on Elder Scrolls Online, that's what I specialized in, was the UI aspects and stuff. So
Mm.
um, I've just never had time to go into Unity and figure out this NGUI stuff. I would have to say, in my opinion, that it's intentionally made to be complicated. Um, I don't, and it's not us, it's not Portalarium, it's not Catnip, it's not me. I think it's Unity. Unity's UI system is horrible. And I know that Devil Cult was working on, at one point, he was working on switching us. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that way. When he was first brought on board, the primary reason he was being brought on board was to migrate our UI to and I don't remember what the name of it was, but out of the Unity UI to a different UI system. And I think he created some of the UI elements to do that, but then everything else is more priority. So he ended up having to put that aside. Just like I was brought on specifically to work on player dungeons. That's why I was hired. And I, I haven't really gotten a chance to put a lot of effort into it until recently. So and now, I mean, once I'm in it, I love doing dungeons. Dungeons are my favorite thing, and playing with these player dungeon rooms, I've found where and forgive me, the sloppiness that was involved in placement of collision boxes and things like that, and uh, the reasons why some of the rooms were cutting into other rooms when you connect them and things along those lines. The players who have actually done the um, beta testing through testing directives on the QA server for us here for these new dungeon rooms that I've been doing will know what I'm talking about, because as I went in there and did it, there was some growing pains with getting the things in the right spots. I believe at this point they're okay, but if any of the rooms don't interact properly with another room, it's because the other room is actually not working at the actual standard. I had to go in there and figure that out. So part of our bigger dungeon repair project, and which I'm going to hold my breath for a second here because we have prizes to give away again.
Oh yes, we should.
Yeah, because if we are literally at the same point in time, it's now 6:33, and we're half an hour late in giving these prizes out too. So there you go.
Okay.
But I will pick this back up in a minute because there's plenty to talk about. Not to mention the fact that we still haven't gone down into the dungeon. So
Okay. Allium, you first this time.
Okay. And the Lord British two-handed axe is going to
Dad and Henrix.
or possibly Henry X.
Or possibly Henry X. It could be that.
Darkstar crossbow is going to
That will be enjoyed by Chatul Avantari as well as Ariel.
the ornate Yule music box goes to
Bogan Boy, as well as Cetos, probably 2 or the 2nd.
I see there was a Devo fan in there.
Cetos II.
the 2024 Yule log goes to
Brazier Pile, as well as Lilybird.
and the ceiling Yule tree goes to
Delayan Lachlan and Cricket Mossy Curl.
That sounds like someone who may have gotten a rename.
Oh.
The large Yule tree goes to
Ka Fenris, as well as Haraldir Skjaldalberry. Wait, let me look at that. Hold on.
I don't know.
Skjaldalberry. Skjaldir. I mean, that's a.
I think you're pretty close.
Yeah, no, that's a good Norse name there.
Yeah.
Skjaldir Skjaldalberry. Yeah. Nice.
And the snow leopard cub goes to
Ka Fenris once again, and also Henry Fletcher.
And the hollow log home goes to
Chatul Avantari, as well as Kolahari.
There you go. So
Congratulations.
the laws of averages have kicked in, and we started getting some duplicates. So.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we are now 15 minutes away from pulling the names for the next drawing. Assuming that we get there to do it in time. But yeah, so if you have not yet, please, in game, say the phrase "Snow for Yule," and anywhere in universe chat, local chat, whispers, whatever, just say it in game, or purchase something off the website. Purchase some Kodos. Hey, get 10,000 Kodos, and if you get a 10,000 Kodo pack, you also get a really nice Baroque fountain. So there you go, and that automatically enters you into the prize drawing as well. All right. So I was saying, oh yeah. So in general, well, the last dungeon room that we've added in is this one, which is a part of the chicken room. The chicken room, for those who don't know, was the very first release for Shroud of the Avatar when it was in alpha, and it was literally just a single room that had a chicken, a light, and a chair. And then the room was changed a little bit over time, and they added a wood pile, and I think actually it was just a wood pile. Or is there something else in there? I can't remember. So in 2023, when we got to our 10-year anniversary, I took that room and made some changes, added on some stuff, and then again later in the year, I added even more to it. So this is a player dungeon version of it, so players can add it into their own dungeons. This room has a secret door on two sides where my cursor is here and here. One of them, as I was saying before, has a blood splatter underneath it to give a hint as to where the secret door is. The other one has a hint by way of this pipe that shines a light onto the stone that has the switch. And that's so Keith put that one in. I put in the blood.
Why a pipe of all things?
Oh, because it's like a spotlight. See, there's a light.
Oh, okay. It's like
Yeah.
as if there were a pipe coming down that maybe has mirrors in it that go all the way to the surface or something.
Yeah, something along those lines, right? It was just just to make sure that everybody knew what was going on, because we weren't telling anybody. It was just like, okay, yeah, here's the chicken room again, and then they had to go figure out that there was elsewhere to be in the chicken room. So basically, what this does, the default room here will give you a connection point. After the stairwell that comes down, there's a connection point there, and then there's a stairwell that goes up and has a connection point at the end. And this is where I started playing with the teleporters. This is one thing, if you guys don't know me yet, as you get to know me, you'll find that I just go off and say, I got an idea, and then I just throw in all sorts of weird stuff. So
Yeah, there's still stuff in some of the other dungeon rooms that I don't think anyone's found yet.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, you're right. I know one that I will never. I told List when I put that when I put some of this stuff in, I said this is gonna be a 10-year bug. There's actually a bug, not a bug, 10-year Easter egg. There is a game out there that had an item, an Easter egg in it that literally was not discovered for 10 years.
Wow.
And the developers acknowledged it and when it was finally found. So we have a few of those in this game. One, there's a player dungeon room that has a secret in it that nobody has found. So it's gonna be interesting. See what happens with that. And it bugs me that I can't say a word. I'm not revealing it. Somebody's gonna have to find it. So in this one here, connection point port 3. I think this one's 3 and this one's 4. 4. Well, this is a teleporter hallway, and this is a straight teleporter. So basically, as you walk in, you have again, same thing where there's a wooden sign at the end, kind of entice you, saying, "Oh, there's something at the end of this hallway. Let me go look at it." And if you try to get to the sign, you'll be teleported to the other side, and still facing out. So either you'll now see a blank wall in front of you, which actually, in retrospect, I could put a sign on that as well, so you literally think that maybe the client blinked for a second or something, right? And then you're still looking at the same hallway. Or the player, of course, can connect that far side to another room or whatever, and then they just got teleported through and they continue on. This one section here, though, has a secret door that leads to a secret corridor that goes to another secret door. So if you come in through here, if you're not looking for it, you won't even notice that there's a secret door there that would lead you off to this hallway as well. So it becomes functional. I wanted to make sure that having this teleport hallway, trick, trap, whatever you want to call it, in here also had a way to get to the chicken room. Because if you place the chicken room and just used it for the teleport hallway without that secret door, you wouldn't be able to get to the rest of it, unless you were well versed in advanced player dungeon construction, where there's a trick that if you had another room out here and you knew that this hallway was there, you could actually build the pieces to get there, and when you connect, when you got, let's say, the stairway to come up to that hallway, it will automatically connect to it and close the loop. And that might be like your chimneys. I don't know if that was truly intended, or if that was, if that's just a good happenstance, the way the code works. One of the players had to show that to me. I was not aware of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of thought was put into that in the very beginning to make sure that, because I mean, the designers wanted to make sure that no matter where they went with the hallways, they could always, loop back around and connect back again. And so, yeah, I mean, I was about to say this earlier. I can't look even at like basic dungeon pieces without thinking of the crazy amount of thought and time that went into the design of
Right.
these dungeon spaces. Because you're looking at something like this. Every fantasy game, everything. I mean, my God, the basis of it all was Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep. Yep.
So, if you don't get dungeons right, or if you don't like put the thought into them that you need to, then you feel like you've kind of failed on a basic paradigm of fantasy level. Lots of crazy stuff.
Yeah. So, those are the four new player dungeon pieces that are in the game today. And this month was not a content month. Next month, January, is the content month. But I, I couldn't hold back. I'm gonna give you guys this stuff. So, gave you these rooms. I wanted to do I wanted to do one new dungeon room a month, and I missed last month. I wasn't able to get a new dungeon room in, so this kind of makes up for it. So now you got four things to play with. Um, the So as I was alluded to before, this is part of a bigger project. Laney has been documenting everything to do with the dungeon rooms, getting all the pieces in there, all the recipes, all the stuff, so I could go through the whole thing. We're gonna do this together. We're gonna fix the naming convention. That's one thing that has been inconsistent from day one. Um, and even internally, the names between the prefabs and the assets. The assets are what you guys get. The prefabs are the actual mesh structures and everything that we deal with. They should be named the same, or at least 90% the same, right? And they're not. So that's another thing that's going to happen, and it's safe for me to do this. And we're going to go through the whole thing and rename all these components. All the recipes will be adjusted. Um, yeah, we should be able to change names to the recipes to match the resulting rooms, and yes, there's all sorts of different naming conventions that got applied at different eras of development for the depending who the person was in charge. They no, we're going to do this. This is the right way to name the stuff. So, but
Right.
then they never fixed the old names, and of course that wouldn't really be good either if every few years you were changing names on everything. At this stage, it's such a mishmash. Uh, Everything needs to be standardized. So we're going to go through and standardize all that. And that's a bit of a bigger project. Obviously, that's going to probably take all year for me to get through, because the master plan for this is to um, make all of the player dungeon sets consistent. So, we have a stone dungeon set, which is the ones that you're looking at now on the screen. And then there's a green marble. I think there's a blue marble, and there's an ancient stone, and so all these sets need to have the same pieces.
And then
Um,
cave pieces and icy cave
yep.
pieces.
Yep. There's a staircase that I believe that has been requested for cave pieces that definitely needs to be done. Uh, that I think is going to need to be a new mesh, but
Yeah, the cave pieces have ramps, but the blue and green marble and ancient stone don't have staircases or ramps at all.
yeah. So there's a lot to do. Um, so yeah, I plan on getting all that stuff sorted so that way all the sets are the same. Then when I'm going to make a new room, I obviously will then have to make 6 rooms, or whatever the number of sets is that we actually really truly honestly have. Not to mention the fact that we'll add new sets because no reason to stop with the versions that we have now. We'll probably put in different variations, but any variation we make um, will need to be applied to the existing sets there, so that way we have a complete new set. Um, and I'm going to say this in kind of maybe a halfway tongue-in-cheek way, is that luckily it's just a new texture mapping that has to be done.
Uh, yeah.
So
That's all it ever is.
we can use the existing hallways and rooms and stuff, and then just retexture them all, and it will be fine. It'll be no problem. 5 minutes. Yeah. Uh,
Famous last words.
yeah. Um, and of course, as I said before, that dovetails in with our data collection project for the crafting system. So we're getting all that. That's part of it all there as well. Naming is inconsistent. We're looking at the ingredients and things like that. But right now we're still just data collecting because all of this, none of the devs are dedicated to any one single thing. So even with me doing all this player dungeon work and everything, I still have to do the administration, the builds, technical stuff, work on new servers, work on plans for what we're doing and all that stuff, and not to mention, work on bugs and other new stuff. Um, so I can't just dedicate my time to player dungeons. So the same thing goes with doing any audits of the crafting system um, or anything. I mean, there's just so much stuff that we're doing. So we got to kind of load balance and then cycle through. And today I'm working on this, today I'm working on that, and move on. Um, I mean, right now I'm also working on doing the final finishes for an audit of the fireworks in the game. Um, because if you guys do you guys think we have a lot of fireworks in the game? Because we do have a lot of fireworks in the game. Did you know that I don't know, I think 40 different sets of fireworks are partially completed or were bugged and are not actually in the game, but they already exist.
Wow.
Um, and let me tell you something, because this is one of those things where somebody, whoever it was, had gone in there and said, they probably had a chart and said, okay, well, I want to make these 17 different colors of fireworks. I'm just throwing out a number, just making it up. Um, and the first 6 or 7 of those were done, or maybe even more. Let's say 10 of them, and then the rest of them were duplicated. The assets and everything in the game, the prefabs, all that stuff was duplicated and set up. But then, and again, this is dramatic recreation. That the dev who was doing that was sitting there busily working on it, saying, "Oh, I'm almost done. This is great." And then Richard walked into the room and said, "Hey, I got an idea. I need you to go work on a frog."
Oh God, yeah.
Or whatever it was. And
That's
then
how it goes.
yeah, and then the person never got back to that, and there was no documentation or open Jira that said, here are the things that are still left to be done. So they just orphaned, and they're just in there. So we went through, we found all that stuff, and I actually made pretty good headway through correcting a whole bunch of them, because as I said, they were duplicated. So let's say there's sparklers that we have: red, white, blue, and green sparklers. And again, this is not accurate information, just saying. But there's aqua and lime and all these other
Purple and
colors.
pink and yeah.
Yeah, all these other colors. And what they did was the files are there saying that they're pink and aqua and purple, but they all produce white or they all produce blue. Actually, blue I think is the accurate one that they all produce. That's what they were copied from. Now, again, you think, oh, easy, 5 minutes. Go in there and just click a thing and change what color it is. No,
No,
no, no.
never.
There are literally 5 different places per firework that I have to go and change sliders, what the color starts as, what it's going to fade out to be, make sure the smoke has the right tint to it. So I mean, when I say minimum, it's at minimum of 5. I think there's some of those things were like 15 different places to do. I found that there were uh, like rockets that you would go and light, and while you're in game, like I see there's people doing some fireworks in the background here, that when you go to light them, like yeah, like this one here, was that That's a Roman candle, right? So you see it. There's a Roman candle on a stick that gets stuck into the ground, and it disappears when the thing goes away. Oh, that's great. But there are mortars and rockets and other ones that you lean down as if you're firing something. There's no visual there at all, and it's just because they set up the prefab wrong. So I've been going as I'm doing this as a full-blown audit, and I've been correcting all those problems. So now we actually have graphical representations of you actually, lighting something, and there's a thing on the ground.
Oh,
So anyway, I did that. That was a few months ago. All I did was fireworks for the entire month, and I had to stop. So there's still more to do, but I made a pretty big dent in it. So
I
anyway,
had to stop.
I had to
Yeah.
stop. It was driving me nuts.
There's one
Um,
I tested for him this morning that he thought wasn't doing anything, but was actually launching something that was bursting so big, so high up, that you had to be across the continent to get a good view of it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd set that off now, but nobody will see it. It's, I mean, actually, if I launch it off now, what I would just get like some blobs on my screen, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And of course, that's it, like launching. Like you see these here, how it's launching up. The thing was scaled up so big that it's just like it blotted out my screen, and I'm like, I even tried to light it and then run. I was like, I'll run backwards, and then I'll be able to see what the hell's going on. No,
Yeah,
no.
what you could do now is stand where you are and slew out across
Hmm.
toward where the entrance balloon is. Then look back and launch the thing. You can stick it on your do it from inventory.
Ah, yeah, okay. I don't know,
That's how I had to do it to get the picture.
let's see if I have any of them in here. I don't know if I do.
Mortar.
That was a mortar? Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't have any on me. So I'm not gonna go
Okay.
into it now, but if I had
Okay.
some on me, I'd try it. But all right, so let's see here. Where are we now? Oh, hey, it's time to run some prizes.
Crisis.
Oh God.
Yeah, let's run some prizes. Um, All right, so I'll give you guys. It's 4 minutes to the top of the hour, so I'm gonna give you some time. If you have not yet said the phrase in game, say "Snow for Yule" in game, Universe Chat, Whisper, whatever, doesn't matter. Or go to the website, buy some Kodos, upgrade your bank space, um, add an additional character slot, and that will also get you into the drawing. Either or, that is fine. Um, and then we'll do that in a few minutes. So basically, the next thing I want to do is we'll go down into the dungeon. Um, we what I have right now is there's a new dungeon. I think what did I call it? The eighth level of hell.
Yep.
Yeah. So right now this is called the eighth level of hell. It's a joke name type of thing. That's not going to be permanent. Though it's not a bad name for for a dungeon. If I'm actually successful in making the dungeon when it's complete proper and like will really kill everybody, then yeah, I could see it being called that. But I'm not gonna stick to a name until I have the dungeon layout completed and the theme of the dungeon completed. Then we'll go ahead and figure out a name for it. Um, so what I did, I've been working on this dungeon, and so we'll call this a demo of the dungeon. It's 8 levels, and it starts at a very low level. There's a single mob in the initial room that you could kill with one stroke for sure, and then the mobs get incrementally more difficult as you go down. And again, it's not done, so it's not that smooth of an increment. But uh, if you go down a set of stairs, the next room you get to is another level down. So there are literally 8 levels of this dungeon, which is a callback to the original Ultima dungeons that were always 8 levels deep because Richard has a thing about 8.
Why is that, I wonder?
I don't know. I don't know. But I got my own favorite numbers, but my favorite numbers are a little bit higher, and would not work out very well. But
42 level dungeon.
yeah, exactly. Can you imagine it? So, yeah. So this dungeon is a little bit complex. It's not done yet, and I've attached it to a uh, a portal that appears on Novia in random locations, and this is going to be kind of like a standard for us when we're doing events. We'll have this portal randomized on Novia. We did this last year with the chicken room, and when you go into there, the one thing I changed this time for sure is that instead of forcing you into a solo scene, this is a you could go in solo or you could go in with a group. So this is a standard multiplayer type of scenario. And to be honest, when you get to the bottom level, you will definitely want people in your group. Yeah. So I think there's probably one person I could think of who plays the game who might be able to survive down there with just one person right now. If the spawns are actually even working 100% of the way that they're supposed to. I had to fiddle with the spawners and stuff on this to get all the work. And again, not enough time. I actually just stocked the dungeon in the last 30 hours, so it was nowhere near ready. But that's what I said. It's in a demo state. There's still a lot more stuff. The dungeon is, I can't even say partially decoed. It's like decorated maybe 1%, and that's it. So it definitely needs more work, more stuff added to it, things like that. There's a set of doors in this. I don't think those doors, Allie, are in the game anywhere else. Those
They
wooden
look
doors.
familiar. I think they might be in Kingsport sewers.
Ah, okay, all right. The doors that were in there, the ones that this is another example of something we found in the project that appeared to not really be in use anywhere. So if they're only in one spot like that, that would be interesting. This door, the way it was made, was breaking nav mesh and caused pets to not work at all in the dungeon. So I rebuilt the door, fixed the nav mesh, and now pets work in the dungeon. So there you go. So hopefully I could fix. There's nav mesh issues in player dungeons as well, and I think I know what's causing that. And I think that by fixing the placement collision and connection point. Yeah, the connection, the crossed hammers, they were not all made consistently. They were literally, we'll call it handmade for every dungeon room. So for this is more, I guess, for Scotty's benefit than anybody else. Scotty and Allie would both know, but Scotty's the only one on this call who probably doesn't know.
No. Let me ask you: are we supposed to be seeing the dungeon?
No. I'm just talking about it right now. We're gonna go.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go. But in fact, yeah, no, we're gonna go into it. But the what I'm talking about right now is in the player dungeons. You know, the blue crossed hammers that the
Yes.
players would call, get the UI to connect them in. That was not a prefab. Those hammers were literally just objects in the hierarchy that were not compiled into a blue, an actual compiled blue prefab in the project. So every one of them were different. The hammers were at weird angles.
That is really weird.
Yes, they're all the gray boxes instead of the blue boxes. So they're
Um,
not real prefabs. Go ahead.
Do you want me to run the Parsney script? How many times am I doing it?
Twice.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I would have forgotten again. So yeah, and the hammers themselves are not centered in the box collider. They were offset. And of course, based on all that, there was no way for you to they weren't on grid, so you couldn't snap them into the center of the hallway, and at the end of the hallway, or the stub that you were going to use for connections, because they were all different. And this is what is causing rooms to stick out through other rooms, or when I make a new room, it goes gray and you can't do a connection. So yeah, so I created a new prefab. I realigned everything. The hammers are now exactly the way they are. And I'm sorry guys. Yeah, this is all like kind of dev stuff, but one of the things that irritated me the most was that when I made a new connection, it was like tossing a coin, a 50-50 chance whether or not those hammers were facing the right way to connect the room to another room, or when you connect them, the room was connecting over you, behind you.
Oh my god.
And causing all sorts of graphical crap. It's a good thing we test things on QA, right?
Yeah.
So what I did was when I rebuilt the whole thing, I took the hammers and I put a little light blue square, in a diamond shape, obviously, is offset by 45, right where the hammers meet. And I put that on the side that the players will never see. So it's facing out. So I know when I place the hammers, all I have to do is make sure that little diamond is facing the outside of the dungeon room. So now I'll never have that problem again.
Yeah, that's a good visual indicator for the builder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is I actually created a new subfolder in the project. And Scotty knows about this. Player dungeon parts. So like this thing I just created is in that folder, along with some wall pieces and things like that, so that way I could better convert the basements into dungeon rooms and other things along those lines. And there's still more that we need to make. The crown molding, that repeated arcing molding.
Oh yeah.
I want that, and I want the riffle molding as well. Just those pieces, so that way I could go in there and make the interior walls look the same as the exterior walls.
Oh, riffle molding. You'll have to show me what you mean by
Yeah,
that.
it's probably just wrong terminology, but it's basically it's like a line of mid-high molding on the double stack rooms that has notches in it all along it. And I'm calling that riffling, but nonetheless, it's there's more little pieces and stuff that we're gonna put in there, so that way we could make dungeon rooms that have more variations and less restrictions. Because everything has to be built on a grid, and that's what we're running into, is that a lot of the stuff is not actually on the same grid that the player dungeons use, so it's a little bit difficult. All right. So I don't know if there's anybody actually in that dungeon now. So what I'd like to do is go in there and tag along with a party.
Prizes first.
Yep, prizes first.
Yep. You're right. Go ahead.
Okay. Should we switch again?
Sure.
Okay. The Lord British two-handed axe goes to
Olympi and Chepri.
The Dark Star crossbow goes to
Vulcan Jedi and Arya Blood Moon.
the ornate Yule music box goes to
Hynessa and Casey.
the 2024 Yule log goes to
Dr. Hernbrand and Chiara Leclerc.
The ceiling Yule tree goes to
Aziles and Aristodemus.
And then we have the large Yule Tree 2024, which goes to
Alustra and Pierre Leclerc.
oh. Then we have the Snow Leopard Cub decoration pet going to
Alustra and Sage Rain.
and then last but not least, we have the Hollow Log Village Home going to
Miseria and Ian Elelin.
Congratulations, one and all, for the winners.
Rats. All right. So we are now entering into the 4th hour of the stream. So if you haven't yet, please put the phrase "Snow for Yule" into the game. Any chat, Whispers, Universe chat, Zone chat, Guild chat.
Strider Green is having problems with patching. Says the update server is inaccessible.
He says he's getting updates now.
Okay.
Yeah, so probably internet issues.
Pardon me for just a moment. I need to grab something.
And if you don't want to say the phrase in game because you're shy, then you could go to the website and purchase some Kodos or an extra character slot or episode 2 or any of those types of things.
Or you could just hide in your basement and say it to yourself.
Yes, right. Exactly. Snow for Yule as has been put into Twitch chat. And if you just look at Universal chat, you'll see a whole bunch of people saying it too. All right. So let me see. I'm going to run over to stop that. I'm going to run over to Novia and show you guys where the portals are, or well, one of the portals at least. So we could, if somebody wants to put together a party, and just let me know who it is.
There might already be one in the looking for group open parties list.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll go check that out too. What is the default key for that?
Alt F, I believe.
All right. Alt F. There we go. Yep. That one's a patch stream party, so I don't know if they're in.
That looks like Castle Atos.
Yeah, so I'll join the party anyway, so why not? Now, here is what I want to do. Now, the portal will appear in different places for every player. It still goes to the same scene, but the portal is randomized, and it's randomized on the client side. So.
That's not true.
Oh, really?
It's randomizing per scene load, but as long as someone is on Novia, keeping that scene open, it's going to be in the same place.
Oh, okay.
Well, place for everyone.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a scene master type of thing.
Yeah, but if everyone leaves, then it'll disappear and be somewhere else.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere else. So, point is random, and your party could have gone in and said to you, "Oh, it's going to be over by Brittany." And when you go there, it's not there. It's over by Arteris or something. So that's just where I'm heading with it.
Yeah.
Nearby players. Let's see if there's anybody up here. So, yep. I think Smoke a Lot is actually looking for it right now. I think I saw him say something that he's looking. I know there was an instance of it by Airy, but I do not see it. Luckily, this is one of those things where if I get close enough, the VFX will actually appear.
Yeah. When I saw it earlier, it was up by the hinterlands east of Resolute.
Are we headed to the dungeon now?
Yeah, I'm trying to locate where the portal is. I mean, I could get there no matter what, but since there are people on Novia right now, where the hell's Arteris? Over here, right?
Yeah, straight east from where you are. along the coast.
Yeah, there would have been one over here. I do not see it.
I like the little misty forests. I forget about that with a little effect there.
Yeah, the swamps.
Mm-hmm. Is that what those are? The swamps that are misty like that?
Yeah, perennial area.
I got kicked in the perennial area the other day. It was really, really painful.
There went Smithslot. Part of this is I don't remember exactly where all of them are. So. Oh, there it is.
Oh, ah.
By Dice Park.
Is there a story behind this, by the way?
No.
No fiction.
Just a mysterious portal. EORG ruins, right? Yep. Okay, let me de-slew. Yeah, no, we just added it in specifically for the chicken room stuff, so we didn't really give it any backstory. But if you recall the conversations we've been having over the last couple of years about where I want to take the plot lines for the game.
Oh yes.
Yeah, this will be canonized and given lore when we start doing that type of thing.
Oh, nice. So this is a test run for the future.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, there's actually a plan. Oh my God. So, all right. So Willie wants to know if I'm going to port everybody there. So let me see. I could do a summon.
You want to actually land first?
Oh, I am landed.
No, I don't think you are.
Yeah, I'm on the ground right there.
Oh, okay.
Zoomed all the way out.
Yeah. That summon player, though, usually brings them to the scene that you're in, which will be where they already are if they're running around. So that's not going to get them to your location.
All right.
You just tell them to go to Diceborg.
Yeah. Which I did.
Or Harvest.
The cat dude asks. He said, "I hear I won some prizes while AFK." I don't see that name.
Chatula Vantari.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he won several prizes.
Yes.
He's either going to have to go back and watch the stream to find out, or he'll just wait for the surprise mail from Lainey.
There you go. Yep. Yeah, you do not need to be present to win the prizes, as long as you enter in the phrase sometime point in time today. All right. I'm trying to see who is.
No, Treasure, don't tell him. That's cheating.
You ruined the surprise.
All right.
Don't feel too bad though. I was about to say it myself until until the floated phrase. He'll just have to wait until I don't know. Okay, that's how we're gonna do
it. Oh man. Let me see. I think we have pretty much all the same people here, but I'm gonna plug our special Kodo sale before we go into the scene. So right now, we have several sales going, including Crowns of the Obsidians, which is the in-game currency that you could purchase on our website for our micro and slightly macro transactions. And if you buy the 10K Kodo pack, which is 10,750 Kodos in the pack, for a limited time, you will be able to obtain a bonus Baroque fountain. I have yet still to update the website with a banner and pictures and information up there about this bonus item. So I'll be doing that hopefully by the end of today. And after I take a nap, I am tired. Um, but if you buy the 10K Kodo pack, you get this Baroque fountain, which is about 7 feet tall in game, and compared to a person, if you average that at 6. And then if you buy a 6K Kodo pack, which is about 6,300 Kodos, then you will get a Baroque table clock. Both of these items are exquisitely crafted. Lots of detail. It has a much higher poly count than a lot of the stuff that's in the game now. So these items will stand out. They will never, ever, ever, ever be offered again. And this is I wanted to actually say this before. We're in the third era of Shroud of the Avatar. The first being Portalarium run. The second is Chris Spears with Catnip, and we're still technically Catnip, but I've taken over the game as far as what we're doing, and this effort is guaranteed to never be offered or put into the Crown Store or anything like that. So these items, what I did was I established a methodology, and this is going to expose a little bit of inside inner workings type of thing, but a methodology saying, okay, we budgeted to make an item, and by attaching it to those kodos, we're making back the money that we invested in making that item. So this is not like something that we just did and then made it craftable. There's no money. There's no money on that, right? And we don't get any money back on making craftable items. And that has the same amount of work that's involved in making a Crown Store item. So in this case, we're making items that are ultra special. So obviously that'll get the people who like to have rares interested. And these items take a little bit of extra time to make because of the extra detail and the unique nature of all the stuff that we've built for this. And then we'll never offer them again. So they're marked in the project that says that they're not to be delivered to anybody after the initial thing. So the other stuff that the cat's been let out of the bag for the stuff that's in the store now, so it's not like I'm going to be able to easily take everything out of the store because I have to sell stuff to keep the game going, right? So anyway, with all that said, that's what we got. We have a whole bunch of people waiting over here. So is Herbert in the Twitch stream? Is he in the?
Yes, that's Conjurer Dragon.
Oh, okay. Oh, Conjurer. Okay. All right. So, yeah, Conjurer, you're leader, so go ahead and drag us in whenever you're ready.
Okay, 2 more things about the items. One is Strider just asked when to buy them, and that the window for that runs from when release was on Thursday until we patch out the sales at the end of January 2nd.
Yep.
And the other thing to know is that this time we've actually put them out for display. They are on a lot next to the new Crown Store items in Hometown.
Oh, that's a cool idea for people to go up and look at them and want them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's neat. I think that's a great idea. I think we should do that often because, I mean, that's what I'd love to do. You go window shop.
Yep. And that's what that new Crown Store item section is for. And it only just occurred to me yesterday that we could add these items to that too.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, nothing makes me want to buy something like me being able to go and touch it and look at it and okay, that's it. I like the thing.
Cool. So we're just waiting on the party to get themselves sorted out and enter into the portal. So lots of stuff to talk about. Really, I mean, in effect, we definitely could do a really longer stream. I mean, it's just the stamina that's required to do it, and I'm telling you, I got a whole bunch of bottles of water here, but I'm starving. So getting, I mean, so like this stream has been going great so far. Plenty to talk about. No real lag or anything like that, and we're actually getting to go into the scene that we've been talking about all day here. In previous streams, we haven't been able to do that. Okay, I'm going to jump in, because it looks like they have done so, and we will. So, beware of what the depths of the underworld may hold. That's your loading screen. So on our loading screens, I guess I should talk about this type of stuff. You see there's a box at the bottom here, and it gives you a hint about some stuff about the game. It's kind of, just random hints about things. And on some of the scenes, we'll have an extra line of text above that tells you something about the scene that you're going into.
Oh, did you all literally jump into a burning room? Is it hurting you?
No. That's somebody
it's
has.
burning someone's immolation.
Oh, okay.
I'm letting them get ahead. I'm letting them get ahead a little bit to show you. This is what you would see if you go into this dungeon. It's just literally no light whatsoever. It's black.
Normally it'd be utter darkness. Okay.
Yeah, and they already killed. There was a chicken in this room. They already killed it. So
probably killed by the immolation.
Yeah.
You look at it funny and it dies.
What the hell?
One other thing to note about those extra messages on loading screens.
Yeah.
If you have a pot, you can buy a custom one.
That's cool.
You can buy a custom picture for your pot, or the text message, or both. They're all separate things. What is happening in this room?
Well, actually, I'm not seeing the spawn. It's not here.
Oh, is a creature supposed to appear in that thing? In that
Yeah.
area?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran through that earlier today, and it looked neat, but I didn't understand what it was doing or why. And you tell me there's a spawn missing. Okay.
Yeah. There's a spawn missing.
Weird.
Well, who knows? It's just, I sleep deprivation and trying to get all this done in only a few days. It normally takes over a month to populate and decorate a dungeon. The building out of the dungeon structure takes about a week. Then it's at least 3 weeks to decorate, and the spawns, depending on what you're doing, is even more time. So it's at least a month.
I do like the look of this room, though. I mean, and it looks great. What was some kind of elemental being supposed to appear in here?
Yeah, actually, this was imps. There's Ali mentioned them before, that we have imps that break out of statues, and that's what was in here.
Oh, okay.
And it worked. It worked when I did it in the editor. But
the perennial phrase. It works in the editor.
No.
Yeah, I may have screwed up and turned them off when I was doing some editing. So here we have a choice. We go to security or go to the offices. And basically, again, this is just a put together, have fun type of thing. And this is supposed to be the Portalarium offices.
Oh, God.
So
I demand a window.
what I did here is I created.
Wow, that hallway looks like the face of the creator needs to be coming down for it, asking for the map back.
We have.
Give me the map.
We have assassins up in Windows.
Oh, neat.
Oh, cool. Are they firing at you? What are they doing?
Yeah, there's archers. Archers up there. So you're supposed to get distracted by the slimes.
Slime
Yeah, and then while you're getting distracted with them, you're getting hit by these marksmen up there.
Oh, okay.
Now where did they go? I guess everybody probably went down here. I mean, should I go through things that other people are not finding, or?
Yep. Show any of it. I mean,
all right.
Those people are like, Everyone who came in is just running off ahead like madmen.
Yeah, okay, I'll let them do what they're doing. Here was.
Oh, that slime actually moved.
Yeah, they move.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
oh, they respawned now.
The ones in the hallway were all flat and non-moving. Oh, they died. Oh, they were
They're
being
dead.
killed.
Yeah, and they
Oh,
respawned.
oh my God! The frog is eating it.
That's an awesome looking battle. Oh my goodness.
God.
I set the respawn timer on the slimes to like 5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So, there.
Oh.
A secret
There we
door.
go. I love looking at these pieces because I just remember making them, and I was always pleased at the way I made the secret door look. You know, the chunkiness of it, and how it's held together with metal bands. Oh, there's where the assassins are. So you have to go up and murder them. Basically.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And this is again undecoed currently, but this is the security office. The armory was supposed to be over here, and then this niche over here is for the captain of the guard.
If we have the tools to do it, I think you can go. Feel free to go grab stuff from Hilt because it has like old ruined office spaces and barracks and
Yeah,
stuff
absolutely.
like that. There should be plenty of stuff.
Right, it's bunk beds and stuff would be over here.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time decorating Hilt, so you should be able to. There should be a plethora of things.
Yeah. So, and this just goes and loops around to the niches on the other side of the hallway. Sure.
I've heard that niches get stitches. Is that true?
All right, and so that's that secret hallway there. So now we could go through this doorway, and this takes us down to the next level. And this is kind of like the back way into this level, but this room was full of spiders.
It was full of spiders.
Yeah.
No webs though. I guess that's kind of a decoration for later. Webs.
Yeah. This is the other stairway that comes down to this level if you chose to go in the other direction for that wooden sign. So this is the offices. This is the lobby, and we have a receptionist here by the name of Shooter Jennings. I don't think this NPC is. Is this NPC like in the game someplace all the time, or as I've never run into him?
He was taken out. He was. There were a whole set of Shooter Jennings fans that you were supposed to find and talk to for a quest for his second album release party, I think.
Gotcha.
I don't think that he's currently in game.
No. So anyway, I threw him in here. He was interesting and different. Here, by the way, are all the special items.
Oh.
Starting with the anniversary cloak we made last year, the Dark Star metronome that we redesigned.
Nice.
Then both versions of the Lord British battle axe. From the one with the blood is when you equip it. The one that's clean is what it looks like when it's on the wall.
Nice.
Then one B there. All right. Then we have the medic's fishing hat, which of course is from MASH, and its companion fishing rod. There's a red cross on it. You can't really see that well from here, but it's there. And then of course the fountain and the clock.
Nice.
So. Yeah, of course, depending on what the response is on this, having the 10K version and the 6K version, if this is popular enough, then we'll continue to do multiple items for the special stuff. As long as we have resources to do it, then and you guys buy the stuff, then we'll do it. All right, so then we go in the hallway here. It's a little bit of a longer hallway, and this goes to the offices, which first, well, let's play a game. Whose office is this? Anybody?
Well, there's the teletype machine back there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the.
Would
I
that
didn't
be
I didn't have enough time for I didn't have enough time to make computers or anything. So the teletypes are the computers.
Oh.
So every office has a computer. So no, it's.
Oh, okay. So that's not particular to.
Right. So here, what we'll do is that we'll go through the first 3 offices, and we'll see if anybody in the chat wants to take a guess as to whose office this is.
Oh my God, that
Now
tiger.
you see the tamed tiger is absolutely huge.
It's big enough you could crawl up its butt and hide.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The response was, well, they wanted large cats.
Jesus, though. It's like a mount. You could ride it into battle. Bigger than a warhorse.
So this is the second office.
Is there a clue in there as to whose office it would be?
Well, on this first 2, yes, based on the desks, is the clue.
Oh God, no idea.
But so the first, I'll see if anybody's first office is Richard, second Chris. Is what they're saying. Actually, I almost made a tabletop of this thing because the wheels and the gears and stuff are separate components in the prefab, but the base is this whole thing is one mesh. So if we could split this mesh up, I would love to do that because then I could actually put this on top of a table.
And that has a specific purpose, though, doesn't it? Don't you play a specific game on that thing or something?
Yeah, you could play a Calibeth on it.
Oh, okay,
yeah. There's also a variant that's a conversationalist.
Oh.
Right. Yep.
So you can program it to say whatever you want.
Yeah, I believe these are the conversationalist ones. I don't know if you can interact with them. I don't think you can. No.
I think when I moused over it earlier, it said play D&D 1, so I think you grabbed the D&D one.
Well, I have two different versions in here, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Any other guesses? No. Okay, so the first office is Star Long. Is Star's kind of goth. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. And of course he's also the first office because when he was here working on the game full time, he was really the one in charge. So
so he's Dark Star. So we get the Dark Star office.
Yeah, and then you get a nice fancy one. So this is Richard's office. This one here is Serafina, which there's no way for you to know this, so I'm just telling you who would be here. And then this was Reese. What was his player name?
Oh God.
Attenwood.
Attenwood, yeah. So this is Attenwood's office.
Needs a plague doctor hat.
Oh, and there's Attenwood now.
Really?
Yeah, all the offices had petrified zombies in them, or engineer corpses. So these are the programmers. As you can see, they have multiple computers.
Right there, they look like they were spouting numbers. Apparently, things are dying hideously.
Yep. Yeah, so they're all engineers in here because these are the people who actually work on the game, devs. And all right, so which programmer is this? You have one guess.
For computers? Oh dear.
Yep. Now think of it this way: how many monitors? That's like 4 monitors, right?
Yeah.
So who on the team had that many monitors?
Oh God, I'm trying to remember. I mean, I always used to walk into the room with the programmers, and there'd just be like, I mean, it was just so packed full of people.
Summary Mike said Rabs, and then there's a guess of Sanyo. So first off to say is that these are all devs who are no longer here, working on the project that I'm naming, and so it's not mine. Although, yeah, I would definitely have that many monitors.
Justin didn't have that. Wasn't Justin Gilbert?
Yes, and that's right. It's one and only.
Oh, okay, one and only. There we go. Yeah,
Yep,
Justin Gilbert.
Mhm. That's right. Then we have the artist rooms, and this one was going to be Esteban.
Oh yeah.
No, Sorcerer Steve.
Yep, Sorcerer Steve.
And then List.
What the hell is that? What's dead? What was dead on the floor in there?
List.
Oh, List's dead on the floor.
Yeah, apparently List was having a meeting with Esteban.
Oh, okay.
And trying to remember who. Oh, Hutch. Hutch is in here. This is Hutch's office there.
Oh, okay.
And I forget who I was planning on putting in here. I think.
The jail cell doors. Oh, they all have them.
Yeah. Yep.
Of course, the reality is that this is far too generous, because the truth is that all of us were just crammed and shoehorned into one big room. Yeah, there were no individual offices. Like, wow, that would be lucky. These undead were lucky
Yep.
to have their own offices.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, I think most people know that developers, especially game developers, this is pretty much the thing. You're in jail.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
sleep there.
Yeah.
Overtime.
So that's the this is the office level, and that's pretty much all that. Now I think oh yeah. So what I think a lot of people probably missed, although they have to find it because this is the only way down. I have to figure out where it is myself. There's a secret door in this hallway someplace.
Yeah, I found it, and then I led people down.
I wish you'd put a breakaway in here, because I'd like to see what you're seeing when you said it's like bad looking.
Yeah. Well, sadly, I can't do that now. Obviously.
Oh yeah, of course not.
There it is. Good job. All right.
You can find it easier than I can. That's for damn sure.
This is the restaurant level. So Alice's restaurant. See it yourself. Then we have some tables and chairs in here, and setups for some of those pre-configured ones.
She just died, right?
Oh,
yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that. Yep.
Yeah, I went to college in Great Barrington, so I heard that a lot.
I actually honestly didn't know it was based on a real person.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's a real church, a real restaurant. Yep.
And the events were real too. Obviously it wasn't as.
Yeah, but
Yes,
the littering
right.
fine was.
Yep.
Yeah. Not as necessarily as described in the song.
Yeah. So, and they made a movie about that too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was an Alice's Restaurant movie, and it was obviously all big protesting. It was really based on them going down for the draft.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
Yep. So that room had something in it, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was some human brigands or something. This is supposed to be a hint that something bad is happening here. You have the haunted doll.
Oh God.
So this is the in my level hierarchy. It's called the penultimate boss room. This is level 6.
What are those weird glowing mushroom things on the ground? What are those?
Those are the bottoms of demon hooves. They're
Good
glowing
Lord.
because they're smoking.
God.
It looks pretty neat when they're standing up, but I think you're gonna have to wait a couple of seconds for respawn to see that.
This is the room of endless chests.
Some of them are chests, some of them are bombs, some of them are mimics.
Oh, nice. God, I'm looking at the monstrous tiger coming down the stairs. Oh, nice. I really love the little mimics. I think they're super cute.
Yeah. I have to say I do like that mimic, even though it was made by that guy who came over from WoW.
Oh.
And it has the same
Yeah.
look and feel like the like our liches do, and
Yeah,
wow, like
yeah, Jeff.
yeah. So anyway,
Oh God. Well, he was forced to start with the chest I made, though, so I guess the exterior of it
right.
at least forced his hand to some extent.
Oh look, there's a few Minimix, just a few.
They chow down, don't they?
Should I?
Weaver.
I'll just help out.
And make more.
Yeah, if I can get them to spawn. There we go.
Yeah, we have a bug with mimics not being responsive sometimes.
Yeah.
Wow, the initial animation makes it phase through the wall. Oh God. Yeah, that's the.
Oh, there were barrels too. I hadn't noticed those.
Yeah.
Yeah, the yeah. You don't want to buy your fleshlight from Temu because what it really comes down to. Yeah, that round mouth is just deeply disturbing me.
Oh, somebody left his chest open. Oh, somebody. Oh, how did I get?
Oh.
Been looted. They're just chests.
Somebody
Now-
closed it then.
Is the burn on the ground spot?
No,
where...
you can't do it when you're in combat.
I
Got knocked into combat.
I keep on getting knocked into it then. All right, whatever.
What was the burned refuse?
Bomb chests.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which you can tell because there's a little circle of black gunpowder on the floor under them. So you do get a warning if you're paying attention.
Ah.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if you can hear the music.
I cannot.
No, not through the screen.
Oh, it's utterly silent to me. There's no sound.
Yeah, it's. Sadly, you guys, even if you were watching the stream, you should have it muted anyway.
Yeah.
So, that type of thing. But
Is this the deepest level? Is it the final room?
nope. It's an 8-level dungeon. This is level 6.
Oh my God.
So, well, I'll let them continue what they're doing. We'll wander. So you go down this staircase, and you get to a dead end. Which, there's the example. If you,
Oh, there's a secret door.
yep, there's a secret door. You can see the outline. But how do we open it up? Well, this one. I have to figure out which one of the weavers might do it. We have other ones where it's a
Oh, there's another one.
a puzzle.
That looks like there's. Is that a wide one or is there two of them there? What is that?
No, it's just it was off my thing. It's just one.
Oh, okay.
See, everybody's passing by this. I actually did this on purpose. It was like, who's expecting another secret door right after a secret door?
I found it. I found it.
Open it. There we go. Oh. Phantom llama. energy vortex shaped like a llama's butt. Oh my god. That's very weird. That's just too weird.
The purple llamas are a long-standing tradition.
Yeah. Fine, let me out. Alright, so now... Oh, that's interesting.
Owen said that Shooter Jennings is punching the slime up here.
And that is a very large weaver.
Yeah.
Where? Wait, I missed it.
The purple stuff that's in the hallway.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was his wings.
So this is a
Oh.
problem where the nav mesh allowed the wyvern to come up the stairs.
Oh my god.
It actually spawned down here.
And
And
after you all?
yeah, so right here, I think it's, yeah, right here I need to put a block on a nav mesh blocker to stop the wyvern from trying to follow.
Good lord. Yeah, that's not the best.
Well, you know, it's just prototype.
It happens, you know?
Yep.
We do our best.
So down here there are 3 wyverns, and this is basically the place that all of the seasonal bosses go when they're not currently on duty.
And here you can see, if you can find one of the demons, you can see what the hose look like when they're actually standing up. That glow on the bottom.
Oh.
There.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
it's pretty subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just crazy looking when they were you know, a corpse on the ground, I guess.
Yeah.
I like those masks.
Thanks. I mean, I didn't make the mask itself, but
The whole
He just set
blown.
them on fire.
yeah. Well, I made I recolored it. I made the black mask, and then I also made the flaming versions. And on this one, this is even different than the flaming. The flaming versions I made that the players get. The flames come out of these holes on each side, so they're small enough that you can see that it's, you know, flaming out of the holes.
Oh yeah.
We need to do prizings.
Oh, that's right. It's right at the end. We're coming up on the end.
Is that a hint?
Well, is this the final room?
Yeah, this is the final room. And
Yeah.
basically everything is in here. So, yeah. So anybody who has not yet put the phrase in the game, you want to type in "Snow for Yule" into any in-game chat or purchase something from the website, and we'll be running the prize name feed.
I just ran one.
Okay, that's cool.
I'll wait on the other.
So down here you have everybody: Pumpkinhead, the Scarecrow, Envy Angel.
Ether liches, not ether liches, scorpions.
Yep.
Hmm.
All of the. I don't know
Scorpions
if
looked like they were like trailing gas, like they were gaseous scorpions or something.
Yes. Have you seen the ether comet?
Oh no, I don't think I have.
It's available for like 5 months during the summer. It's really a long period, and it causes a few creatures in the game to mutate and be ether creatures, and it's that blue-purple trailing gas thing. There's ether
Oh.
liches, there's ether scorpions, there's ether dragons. They're quite tough.
Yeah, that's cool actually. That's a neat idea.
And this last year, I had it also mutate some of the tank fish that you can catch. So now
Oh.
there are ether tetra.
Oh, that's cool. That's a great idea. I like that.
But now the comet is far enough away that the creatures are back to normal. So now when you go fishing, you just catch neon tetras like normal.
Ah. Wait, which of the Havilists is that?
That one's Corpus. She's got the shield.
Oh. I always try to remember based on the symbol on the front of the face, because that has to do with a very specific moon. Each one of those symbols. And I should know it because I made those symbols and came up with them, but I don't remember.
That one is humility.
Ah.
No. Actually, no. It's spirituality, because the opposite is carnality.
Oh, that's right. Okay. And I should have known that because of that symbol and what it looks like.
Yes. And it's not subtle.
No, it's not subtle at all.
All right, I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. Oh, apparently I became...
Yeah, people are asking for more Rezanks. How many Rezanks did you put down here?
Oh, geez, there's a bunch. I mean, on this one level, there's only one, but... Smoke.
And the angel just sauntered off, uncaring. I mean, she had the look of, I just don't give a shit.
Spot that too.
Yeah, I find the monsters that walk a little more menacing. She does it. The Scarecrow does it.
I mean, it was a look of such disdain as she just like, that she walked away. It was just funny to me. Just like, yes, you do not deserve my presence. That's a cool looking thing. What is that?
Shock monkey.
Another Fletcher special.
Yeah, the kobolds have created some interesting creatures. The question is, though, where did they get the inspiration for this? Because there are no living monkeys in game.
No, yeah, that's right. We don't have anything like that.
I will be right back.
Okay.
It's almost time. One of the hardest parts of doing the early dungeon stuff was, oddly enough, picking the right texture family so it would work all in the right circumstances. Because the most basic thing you do when you start going into dungeons is you want to be able to move a camera around quick, running through, because people like flying through corridors and stuff. They're not just slowly looking at things, which means that you have to pick textures that don't just turn into mush like brown goo when the camera's flying around.
Right.
So there was a lot of testing that had to be done to make sure that the floor was very distinctively looking different from the walls, which was very distinctively looking different from the ceiling, from just a standard like coverage concept. And it had to look good looking at them sideways most of the time, because you're not
walking through the halls.
Yeah, you're walking through halls, so they can't fall apart when they're literally turned to be barely more than like a few degrees at an angle to you. And so they could not fall apart. And so, man, I went through so many iterations of floor, wall, ceiling until we got something that felt good, no matter how the camera was playing around. And then from there, you figure out like, okay, because it's not just the way the texture is built. It's also like, the subtle changes in hues and variations in colors without becoming gaudy looking. It still had to look old and worn and tired and dust covered, but it needed to have enough color differences so it didn't just look like it's all the same color. Because everything, you mix enough colors together, everything becomes brown. It's all baby poop after a while. So you have to kind of really think about that. And I just didn't, until you really play with it, you don't realize how much goes into it. And by the time it was over, I'm like, man, I hope people appreciate this, because it was rough getting it working right. And then, of course, then you start playing around with designs for trim and stuff like that. And it can't be too ornate because otherwise it just looks ridiculously out of place. No one's going to pay, stonecutter laborers to outfit your dungeon in ridiculously baroque patterns. But, decorative elements are something that workers often just put in anyway because they want to. They just can't spend a lot of time doing it. So it was like figuring out the mentality behind what would any decorative elements in dungeons look like at all, like decorative trim. So
Yeah.
yeah, and man, that was back in the day too, where it was some of the first things ever done, and that meant that it got loads more people coming in and rendering their opinion on it than like any of the art that came like later in the game. Everyone wanted to chime in on whether they thought the dungeons looked okay. So man, it was like satisfying a circus of very opinionated clowns, each with their own opinion that they wanted to come up with, whether they really needed to or not, because they all wanted to weigh in on it.
Are we ready to run the other pricing?
Yes, ma'am.
It will
Okay.
be 8 o'clock in mere moments.
Run.
Here, let me get back to that chat again too. There we go.
There's one in there now.
Ah, yes.
So I'm gonna switch over while we're doing that and show you guys something. Let's see here. This. There you go. Get this thing out of to a screen where I can get to it. And turn on the work lights. Okay, so this is what it looks like in the editor. Even with like kind of a work light situation, it only extends so far. So see, this is
Wow.
that's the imps.
Oh yeah. It would have been neat to see this function. Maybe next
Yeah,
time.
well, yeah, I could show you now because in the editor, if I play them in the editor, it's gonna work. I don't know why because they're there, so they're on, and I just don't know why. I might have screwed up the spawner or something.
And there's a lovely bunch of them too. That's a nice number of foes to fight.
Yeah, 15. It's pretty good. So here we'll just do this for a second though, and
Good lord.
I think it's thinking. Yeah, it was thinking. There you go. That's what it looks like.
Man.
Yeah, just a few. It's actually lagging out on me.
That's kind of pretty.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, you could like just snip off like a portion of it and it would become some abstract wall art in an office building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's pretty neat.
Well, congratulations on all the work to get all this done.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, well, again, it's just temporary. It's not a not a finished work of art, as it were.
Well, but I mean, you got all the basics in there, and then now, if you wanted to decorate it, it becomes a fully fledged space. And even though some of it's tongue in cheek, I mean, that's kind of fun, par for the course.
Right, right, exactly. And I was hoping to have this thing completely, fleshed out for the event, but a number of things, and there was supposed to be a boss. There was supposed to be a unique boss for
Ah,
the end as well, and
but
uh,
life gets in the way.
yeah, Enel Nomad said he was going to work on it, but then um,
Ah,
it turned out that there was uh, I guess it was a resource time, not enough resource problem, not enough time to do it
right.
all. But now let's see. Here I'll show you what the imps were supposed to look like.
And then we give away the final prizes and
Yep,
wrap up a wonderful live stream.
exactly. So if you like the game, thank you. If you don't like the game, well, it'll get better, I'm sure. obviously.
You might just not know the game. There's a lot to the game you may not have discovered.
Yeah. But if you want to support the game, if you want to help us make the game better and keep the game growing, please, please, please support us by subscribing to the game. You can choose one of 3 tiers, $9 a month, $18 a month, or $27 a month. And right now, you could also buy those Kodos and get a bonus item that will never be seen again. And then you could be a proud person who has one of those unique items in the game. See the website for details as soon as I get the details up there. So, and that sale is going on until the 2nd, through the 2nd of January. So, plenty of time. Just waiting for this thing to finish up.
Oh, is it still? It's waiting to play.
Yeah.
Is it trying to gear up to play?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a nice complex place, man.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's in true. See, it's supposed to say this too. Something dark this way comes when you load into the scene. Dribbling.
Except it's not dark.
Well, that's because the work lights are on. But I could turn off the work lights.
Oh yes, do.
Yep.
That way we can see the coolness of what that little room looks like.
Yeah. So notice that they had to fade out. That's I'm kind of interested about that one.
That is interesting.
Yeah. So when you first load into the scene, this is what you should see: just the chicken bouncing around. Right. So I'll go ahead and light my thingy. I'll leave the chicken alone.
Yeah, he's had a hard day.
Yeah. I am in God mode, so I don't have to worry about anything anyway here.
Oh, those aren't the same doors I was thinking of. They don't look familiar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the handles on them look like they wouldn't have passed QA. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
So here we are, and you can see that they're there.
Oh yeah, nice.
I put the triggers for all of them right by the doorway.
Oh, and so you can see them pop out, and start to attack.
Yeah, exactly, and then they swarm you. But of course the imps are not. There was, what does that say? 184, something like that.
Yeah, so. They're from North Quell Way, I think. I think it's level 2 scene, maybe level 3. It's not significant.
So it's fairly fragile.
Right. And that was the intention, it's like level 1, a chicken, right? Obviously it's level 0. So
yeah.
And then you go down here and you get the imps, and it's just the only thing that might be a little bit of an obstruction to a lower level player is the fact that there's 15 of them and they're all going to swarm at you. But and then of course the mist and fog and lightning and everything was really to obfuscate the fact that the exit was here. So to kind of force you to have to deal with the imps a little bit, and their leash distance is set long, so they will follow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So that's I mean, you guys have seen the rest of this, so it's nothing. We didn't miss anything, I don't think.
No, groovy. And again, congrats, good stuff. And it'll only get better as people or as you have a chance to decorate.
Yep, exactly. So I'll take my time and I'll get it all set up right. I'm sure that the room configuration will change a little bit. I'll make it a little bit more expansive. The theme of this right now being like the whole thing with Portalarium and the ex devs is not going to survive. Obviously, that's just for this event.
Right.
Are you being attacked by Shooter Jennings?
Yes,
with a dog head. Why does Shooter Jennings have a wolf head or dog head?
I do not know.
That's really weird. That's
what
really
does he have for loot? He has 1 gold. Oh man. I got more gold off the imp than I got off the shooter.
Well, yeah, imps are known for having gold. They're little thieves.
Yeah.
Where do they keep it though? That's what I want to know. I
Don't
don't see
ask.
pockets. There's no pockets on that guy.
Maybe
Yeah, they're hollow.
maybe
They're
they're like,
hollow. They're like a piggy bank.
or they're like kangaroos or something.
Oh wow, they're marsupial bibs. They're the best.
Yeah, that would be funny. Okay,
Prize time.
that is it. Yeah, so go ahead, let's go ahead and do the prizes.
Okay,
So,
let's see.
Get back to it. There we go.
The Lord British two-handed axe goes to
Aurelius Silverson, as well as Kainissa.
and the Dark Star crossbow goes to
Nemesis Darkwood, as well as Beastie Jones.
and the ornate Yule music box goes to
Mandalar and Lilinea Sithil.
and the ceiling Yule tree. Sorry, the 2024 Yule log goes to
Ad Astra, as well as Varus Liss.
the ceiling Yule tree goes to
B Striker, and Dyer von Satan.
It's supposed to be a space there. It's Dr. von Satan,
Oh, it's Dyer von Satan.
which is deviled eggs.
Oh, okay. Wait, what part of deviled eggs is von Satan?
Deviled?
Oh, okay. Devil.
yeah, of devil.
Of the devil. Oh, okay. Of Satan. Well, wow. Eggs of Satan. That's amazing. That's very close to derriere, though, so it kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Oh yes, yes it is.
Deviled butt. Sorry.
The large Yule tree goes to
Goes to Ad Astra, who's apparently nicely lucky today, as well as Auden Bjornsson.
and the snow leopard cub goes to
Elier de Roque, as well as to Anya Ginster.
and the hollow log village home goes to
Vivian Locke, and last but not least, Mystic Mage.
Yay!
Congratulations, folks. Fun stuff.
Congratulations on all the prizes. Now, we are in holiday time, so the prizes may take a little bit longer to be delivered than normal because, of course, everybody, including myself, I'm going to be traveling tomorrow and remote for the week.
Please have a safe trip.
I will. Not too far. Just going to a cabin, relatively local, actually, just an hour or two away, just to get away from normal stuff. And but I'll have my laptop with me and everything, so I'll also probably do a little work from up there.
Oh, enjoy the solace and rest, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks. And Lainey as well will be doing the holiday thing as well for the next few days, Christmas and everything coming up. So if she does deliver the stuff, awesome. But just give her some leeway here because it's obviously holidays, and so the prizes may not be delivered until January 2nd or 3rd, something like that. So.
Huh. By the way, thank you for translating the Dyer von Satan. But now I crave deviled eggs. I will go to a restaurant tonight that has them.
Oh, are you going to that deviled egg restaurant? I've heard about that.
I've heard about that too, and I want to. I know a place like 26 Chicken or something like that, and they have really delicious deviled eggs. But now that you've said that, that's right. There is a restaurant that just does deviled eggs in Austin.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, I think I need to go look that up now.
All right. So there's a restaurant we don't need to go to together.
I love deviled eggs. So good.
Yeah, that would be on the list of things that I'm like, I don't need to eat.
Need.
Nobody needs to eat deviled eggs.
Well,
All right.
ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. This has been a fun live stream. We had a lot of like fun chatting going on, which is good. I mean, some of the live streams we have very specific things to talk about, but we don't want to necessarily break the pace. We were worried this time that we wouldn't have enough to talk about, which gave me the impetus to just chat about fun things, maybe think about as we went along, and it filled the time nicely in a nice casual way too. So I enjoyed it. Thank you, my fellow uh, 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 crafts people for joining in on those conversations as well. It's always great to chat with you guys. Yes,
Absolutely.
Elwood Moon, that deviled egg potato salad at HEB is awesome. I'll tell you that right now. That stuff is good. That's as good as the potato salad I like to make, and I make some damn good potato salad if I tell you the truth right now. So yeah, deviled egg potato salad at HEB, Elwood Moon. He has got it for true. Well, again, you folks have a wonderful night. It's been a pleasure. Have a safe trip. And of course, both of you all have a really fantastic holiday season.
You too.
You too.
Enjoy the Yuletide, Christmastide stuff coming up, and enjoy. If I don't talk to you all before then, have a wonderful and happy New Year.
Sounds good. You too, sir.
And we have one person who's streaming right now that we can raid, so I'm gonna send you a link.
Okie dokie.
Well, you all have fun and enjoy. And all of you folks out there who were able to come and join us during this busy holiday season too for this particular live stream, thank you so much for attending. And as always, thank you for being fans and being so supportive to us. That was, that we really, really appreciate that. Oh my God, Elwin says he's eating the potato salad right now. So
Can I interrupt 1 second? Because before we shut this down, Submarine Mike says, do we need to test that dungeon out on PTR? Which I think he means PTE. No, Submarine Mike, this dungeon is live.
Yes. Yeah, that dungeon is on the
out
live
on
server.
Sokovia and find the portal.
Yep. And it's only temporary, so it's not ready for prime time permanently. But for this fun little event, just to throw out there and throw out all the bosses into a room and see how everybody does against them. That's pretty much what it is. And even that, the spawners are all not set up right and everything. So I see problems with them. So
well, I'm sure you'll be going back and checking on those gargoyle imps too.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't require too much work and effort to fix.
No.
Good luck with it.
No, not at all. Should be fine. Okay. Well, let me hit the button here and.
Well, if you all don't mind, I'm going to disappear off into the land of deviled eggs.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna disappear in a second too.
Okay, well, good deal. Again, take care. Happy holidays, and we'll talk to you all again soon.
See you guys later. Bye.
Yep. Bye-bye.